Welcome to Pullman, Washington, Martin Stadium, home to the Washington State Cougars, and the anticipation is running high on the Palouse. What a game and what potential drama we have in store. You've seen this script before. Top 10 team goes into a cauldron of emotion on the road and just hopes to be able to get out and tell about it. As we'll see the number 5 team in the country, the San Jose State Spartans, taking on a squad hoping to prevent another L this week, the Washington State Cougars. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David. Washington State ready to kick off as it's time to get things started. On the move from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So San Jose State's offense will have the first possession of the game. As we take a look at our impact players for this one, what are you looking for, Jesse, for a guy to make an impact?
Well, these are simply put the leaders of this football team, and generally games go how these guys play. If they make plays, then they've got a shot to win this one.
No doubt, they got to show up. These are the team leaders. These guys have to play well if they're going to win the football game.
It's caught downfield. And works it to the 40-yard line. That'll be a first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. They move the tight end all over. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Able to pick his way forward for a decent gain before the defense gets him down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. Looking to pass, it's Adams. On target to the left. Really nice pickup on that one as they get it to the 36. It'll be first down. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. Unloads to the wideout. And this is dropped. Incomplete pass. He had a huge gain in his fingers and he couldn't hold on. And back to the air on 2nd down. He caught it. Gets it inside the 5, down to the 4, and it'll be 1st and goal.
Well, this guy obviously spent a lot of time in the film room this week because he is dissecting this defense early in the game in the opening drive. Great job with his eyes, great job with his rhythm, an explosive play there. This defense does not have an answer for this.
And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, San Jose State. Let me tell you, that opening script was a masterpiece. Send that baby to Hollywood, and it's a blockbuster.
I think so, and A-listers all over the field for this offense. You saw some of the playmakers they've got and the speed. Great job going out and executing on that opening drive.
Lining up for the PAT. And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0. So it's an 80-yard drive, and they finished it off with the score from the 4.
San Jose State, 7, Washington State.
And he takes this from inside the 5.
Returner is brought in at the 18.
The Spartans offense will have its first possession of the game. A big challenge for both of these quarterbacks, Jesse, is dealing with a ball-hawking free safety on the other side.
Oh, you're right, Reese. QBs better be good with their eyes. Better not stare down wide receivers in this one, because if you float the ball down the middle of the field, that's getting picked.
And these guys are going to be right in the middle of the field, flying all over the field, and quarterbacks will make sure that they are locked in and not throwing the ball near those guys.
The run from the shotgun. Got it across the 20 and out to the 23, a pickup of 4. Now on 3rd down for this offense. From the gun, wants to pass. Gets it out quickly. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the first down. The Cougars come to the line with a new set of downs. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Got it in the middle, it's Russo. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain.
I think that time offensively, you're just trying to take what the defense is giving you, right? They're playing zone coverage. You got your big fellow just working right over the ball. It's an easy pitch and catch. Just take the profit, and let's keep going.
Offense gets set for second down. Gives it to the back on the draw. He's brought down, but not before they pick up the big first down. Washington State has it all working right now. Looking to go up top on first down. Takes the easy one to the back. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few.
Guys out of the backfield now, it's not just run the ball downhill anymore. You got to be versatile. I got to be able to trust you in the pass game, and I got to be able to throw you the football, and you can do that right there. I know you're going to catch it, and I can depend on you.
And here comes the offense on second down. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Working the middle, it's complete. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down.
This guy's done a lot of good things early this year throwing the football. With that last completion, that now takes him over 1,000 yards passing for the year.
From inside the 40 at the 37, it's first down. Wide receiver now comes in motion. From the gun to give, looking for room. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. This drive facing a little adversity on 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Fires to the big fella. Makes the stop at the 23-yard line, but it's a pickup of 15. A first down, and this offense is smelling the end zone. He's looking to throw it. Not much of a chance there. He just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. They'll try again on second down after the incompletion. He's looking to throw. Grabbed in the middle. It's Russo. So an example of a tight end doing a little unheralded work to set up a much better third down situation.
And I like the QB here, Reese. I like the decision where I understand, let's get this football out. Let's get some positive.
Touchdown, Cougar! Made the snag and strolled his way into the end zone.
And what did I start for this offense? The throw game getting working, getting the touchdown pass. This quarterback getting a little bit of confidence. This passing game getting in a rhythm. Nice start for this offense.
Ready to try the point after. Right down the boulevard. They put it in the end zone with a 12-play scoring drive. And the finisher, an 18-yard touchdown throw. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. One back in the backfield, and they'll give it to him. Works ahead for a couple. They'll stop him at the 27. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. They'll keep it on the ground. Defense fills those gaps. He's got 1 to the 28. Let's see what call they have on 3rd and long from the 28. Dropping back, it's Adams. And this is going to be incomplete on 3rd. And the Spartans will punt this one away. This will be their first punt of the afternoon. Gets his first one of the day off. He was called on 4 times in last week's win. No return coming here as he signals for the fair catch and makes it right around the 30-yard line. Out of the chute, quick toss to the right. And that will go backwards. A negative play, and that defense on high alert that time. The back goes in motion. On second down, wants to throw. And they wanted it all on that incomplete pass. Instead, they're looking at 3rd down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. And he's all bottled up, and now it's worse. The ball's loose. Oh, and he's able to get the ball back, but he does lose yardage on the play.
Ooh, definitely dodged a bullet there. Listen, the quarterbacks don't run with the football all the time in practice, and they're not used to all that contact sometimes. Have a tendency to cough it up a little bit. A bad play because he coughed it up? Could have been worse, though. Good thing he landed on it.
Washington State will have to boot it away. He'll bring it back. It's Jolly. The solid return there offsets some of the punt yardage and really sets up this offense nicely. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. From the gun, they'll try the middle. They finally get him on the ground, but the big running play moves the change for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll give it to him again. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. To the air, it's Adams. Fires toward the end zone. And he's got it! Touchdown, Spartans!
Well, this offense is top 10 in the country in points per game because they've got a lot of speed and they've got home run hitters. They score fast. They don't need 10 plays to go down the field. You saw it right there. They've recruited well. They've got playmakers. They're going to be a problem for defenses all year long.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the PAT gives them a 14-7 lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. Boston College will need to mount a comeback, but these fans remember when Zay Flowers earned All-America honors. They know this game is not over. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Clemson. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Using the quick game. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the air on first down. Quick strike complete. Works his way to the 41, and that is plenty to give him a first down. The Cougars come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They're going to test that run defense to the right here. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. He's looking to throw. He's right on target. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a third down stop. The throw to the outside is complete. They convert on third down as he gets it to the 46-yard line. Wide out in motion. Leaves it with the running back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Now facing some adversity on this drive after the loss of 4. It's 2nd and 14. He's looking to throw. Safe completion on the screen. Didn't have much room to run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the first down. On third down, he drops to throw. They're working that left side. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. Fourth down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And that is textbook instructional video. Out of bounds right around the goal line. On the option. Couldn't get it out of the end zone, and it's a safety.
You could tell the defense smelled it. They knew exactly where they were on the field, put the pressure on him, got him down in the end zone. Safety, baby.
So after taking the safety, they'll line up for a free kick from their own 20. Looking for a block. It's Whitaker. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. That last drive fizzled out, Jesse. They had to punt it.
Yeah, they did. And, David, they're just going to have to do a better job this time around erasing the mental mistakes.
And just trying to solve the defensive riddle, understanding what they're trying to do to you and attack them.
Touch pass on the jet sweep. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Pressure coming. And they got him for the sack.
Well, this is a quarterback who's not known for his running ability, obviously. We've seen him make some great throws, but mobility, that's probably not on your bingo card, and you saw it right there. He gets brought down for the sack.
Washington State sends out the punt unit. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. Across the 45. Good pickup there as he gets the first down, and they'll mark him at the 48. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, the ground game. Breaks out another sweet move and gets it down to the 40. They can really be aggressive after that last play at 2nd and 3. Right back to it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42. To the air, it's Adams. Got his man quickly. And they wrap him up, but not before he gets enough on the catch for the first down. The Spartans look to keep this drive humming. They'll leave it with him. Finds a crease at the 20. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end. They'll throw it on first down. Oh, it makes the grab. Oh, couldn't get the foot down. It's incomplete. Going to work on 2nd down, and the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. Oh, what a move! And they'll get him on the ground at the 3-yard line. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Wants to throw on 3rd. Fires into the end zone. And it's caught! Touchdown, San Jose State!
And what a nice play call and nice execution. Play action, you're thinking run. Quarterback pulls it out, throws the football right behind those guys, and gets the touchdown.
Yeah, it was a nice job there by the quarterback, too, on the ball handling. He just froze the defense just long enough to help those wide receivers and targets get some separation in the end zone, and at that point, it was just an easy catch.
And after the extra point, they're on top by 12. An impressive 66-yard touchdown drive. And they finish it up with a 3-yard scoring toss.
Washington State, 9.
He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. The give to the running back from the shotgun. They'll knock him down after a pickup of 1 to the 18. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He'll try the left side. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets him out to the 25-yard line. To the ground to try to move the chains. Really nice job to get it past the sticks, pick up the first down at the 30. And the Cougars come to the line with a new set of downs. Fast motion from the offense. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. He's got an open man. And he gets it to the 44-yard line. It'll be a first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Kept it on the ground on first down. Now back to the line. Movement here from the tight end. Trying play action. Didn't have much of a choice there, but to get rid of it. They couldn't make the connection on second down. Now a 3rd and 7 to keep the drive alive. From the gun, wants to pass. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Washington State sends the punt team onto the field. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. David, they'd love to do what they did last time and put this one in the end zone.
You ain't lying. They did a great job. The offense was clicking. Everything went well, Palmer. They executed and got the touchdown.
And they really were in a nice rhythm as well. And I'd love to see that here on the next drive, too. Just keep doing what you're doing. Everything seems to be working, and you seem to have this defense on their heels.
Power football with the run. And he'll be taken down, but he does have enough for the 1st down. He's now up to 83 yards rushing, and that should be no surprise. He's been among the nation's elite all season. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They get him down after he makes the catch. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. He stops him at the 31, but not before. He picks up 10 yards on the play. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the second. Quarterback checking off. They're going to ride this running back. Really important for a ranked team going into a hostile environment like this one, not to give the underdog reason to believe.
Yes, reason to believe, and don't give the fans reason to get jacked up and excited. Come out early, be in a business mode mindset.
You got to start fast. You got to have a sense of urgency. You cannot come sleepwalking into an environment like this, because if you do and you make some mistakes, this crowd will pounce on you and seize momentum.
Quickly complete. And he strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Spartans. How efficient have they been as they extend this lead here in Week 5?
Really nice job working the route and getting himself open. And he was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point is good. The lead is 19. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. North Texas looked like a serious force in what can only be described as a dominant win. This is a program that's won before, and they might just add some more hardware before the year is out.
Fires and picked off. Going the other way, and he's got room. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
And that's just excellent coverage. Man, cover one, nowhere to throw the football. Look at everybody playing man across the board, and you still got the safety in the middle of the field. Nobody open, and if I'm the QB, man, I don't need to force it. I don't force it into tight windows if it's not there. He throws it, unfortunately, gets the interception. Bad decision by the QB there.
Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. This offense has really been clicking in the game so far, Jesse.
No doubt. Everything their play caller is dialing up, these guys offensively have been able to go out and execute it.
Yeah, and it's just maintaining the lead. Keep doing what you've been doing. You got a big lead. Let's just keep piling it on until they find an answer.
Grabs it in the middle. And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Trying to get to him. They're just trying to bash it forward. He got a couple. It's down at the 11. They'd love to pick up this third down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. Wants to throw. It's Adams. Extending the play. And he'll step into the end zone. Touchdown, San Jose State.
This offense is so good. Man, they can hurt you in so many different ways, and they do it so quick, so explosive. They can put small drives together, big drives together. They've really had a great year, and that's why they're a top 10 offense.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And it was punctuated by an 11-yard run for the score. And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. Running back searching for a hole. That's the kind of play that can really get you going as they get it out to the 36. A first down for the offense. To the ground. He's got it again. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. Hand off from the shotgun. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. Wants to throw on 3rd down. He's going to throw deep right side. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. They're able to put a stop to that return right at the 30-yard line. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. He'll come out throwing on first down. Snagged in the middle. It's Frost. And the explosive play, and they're on the move all the way to the 44.
And the quarterback knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football, had time, spins the ball deep. Nice job by this offense, understanding what the defense is giving them and creating the explosive play.
Complete to the right. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end. From the 17-yard line, it's 1st and 10. From the red zone, looking for a receiver. A little release to the back. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. After the short completion, let's see if they go back to the air. To the air, it's Adams. Fires to the wideout. And to the end zone. Touchdown, Spartans!
Yeah, coming into the game, you look at the stats and you say top 10 offense in scoring, so they better be able to create what? Explosive plays. Another explosive plays. They've been doing it all year long. Those plays are backbreakers. Defenses just can't contain this offense.
The AT unit on the field. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
San Jose State, 42. Washington State, 9.
He thought about bringing that out for a half second, but he'll take a knee and they'll bring it to the 25. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. The give to the back. Tackle is made at the 28 after a pickup of 3. Got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7.
Second down.
The give to the back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. And he was loose and not stopped until he gets to the 47-yard line.
Yeah, and you see some quarterbacks who hesitate to throw the ball in the middle. I love it when you attack the whole field. And the middle of the field and being able to throw over linebackers and between safeties is a big skill. But show that defense. You will attack everywhere.
And a little too much adrenaline on that throw. Never gave his receiver a chance. 2nd down coming up. He's looking to throw. Got the quick pass. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Ball at the 38. The defense will try to get a stop on 3rd and short. He's brought down, but he's got enough to give Wazoo a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
And that's another Cougar first down.
Right back to the well. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Last play didn't go well. It leaves him with 2nd and 11. Off the boot, looking for his man. Unloads to the wideout. Makes the grab. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Washington State going back to work on first down. Give to the back. Works his way ahead for about 3. It's down at the 8. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The give to the tailback. Dragged down at the 6 after a pickup of 2. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. Looking to throw on 3rd. And the incomplete pass on 3rd down, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's about. They'll decline the penalty here and let the result of that play stand. And on 4th down, here comes the field goal unit. Splits the uprights. Good.
How great is it to know that if you can get the ball down somewhere close to the 40-yard line on your opponent's side of the field, you're walking away with at least 3 points because this dude is automatic.
They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. From inside the 10, here he comes. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. They'll run the RPO and fire to the right. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. The magic bean is spinning out of control. Already over 200 yards in the first half.
Yeah, they're being aggressive offensively, throwing the football, trying to take advantage of this defense on the back end. And they've got their quarterback right now in a groove.
Perfect play call for that big gain to open the drive. Now here they come on 1st and 10. He'll pull it on the read. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. Here's the handoff. And the defense makes a big hit, knocks him down. 3rd and short now from their own 48. Grabbed over the middle. It's Jolly. He's got first down yardage as they move it to the 44. And the Spartans are moving quickly down the field.
Good enough for a first down.
Going up top on 1st down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. To the ground with the back. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. A 3rd and long coming up here. Back to pass, it's Adams. Getting some heat. That pass not close as he got drilled trying to deliver it, and it'll bring up 4th down. The Spartans line up to punt it away. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. They really got things moving on this drive. 2nd play of the drive comes from the 37. Just a short pass to the tight end. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. Keeps it on the bootleg. Looking to the big tight end. Ball in the air, intercepted. Didn't get a chance to show off those return skills, but he gives his offense the ball at the 29.
And this is obviously not a great start for this quarterback here. 2 interceptions already in this game. He's got to do a much better job with his decision-making.
Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. They'll have another opportunity to extend this lead after punting last time, David.
And it's important to put that punt behind you. It's over. Let it go. Get back to what you were doing that built this lead.
Yeah, and defense, obviously, they won a few downs that last drive, so we got to put them on their heels here. Maybe mix up a few personnel groupings, try to show them some pictures they haven't seen.
These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. Got his man in the middle. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down. And the Spartans come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They'll try the run. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Looking to throw, it's Adams. Buying some time. He's going to take off. At the 40, there he goes. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit.
First down for the offense.
Out of the gun to give to the back. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Plows ahead for a pickup of 1 to the 32. This will be the 7th play of the drive, and they need to convert 3rd and 6. From the gun, wants to pass. He makes a catch. Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. The Spartans are threatening in the red zone. They're threatening to score, and they'll throw it. They'll wrap him up, and he didn't find the same kind of running room this time as he did on the previous play. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. From the gun, the running back looking for room. Couldn't fight his way out of his grasp. Boy, they love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. He's got it on the run. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. They'll try to cap off this drive with a field goal. And it's right down the boulevard. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand.
Well, the head coach decided to play it safe on 4th and inches and trot his field goal team out there, and his field goal kicker just made him look like a pretty smart guy.
That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. Looking for those open spaces and opportunity. Good job by the coverage unit to put a stop to that return. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. Wants to throw on first down. Feeling some heat. And he'll be knocked down at the 2-yard line.
Well, for this defense, finally, you're seeing pressure on the quarterback. They're outside the top 50 in sacks per game. They've been waiting to find some more consistent pressure to help them win games, and they're getting it in this game now. 3 sacks on the day. They're just simply winning and doing a better job executing up front at the point of attack.
This pass rush has just been relentless, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're about to bring the heat again. And that is interception number 3 on the day. And after the interception and the turnover, this defense has set its offense up for business.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say this guy's going to be getting a helmet sticker. That now his 2nd interception of the game. He has just been lights out here today.
And the sudden change situation even more difficult for this defense facing a 1st and goal. Back to throw, it's Adams. Snags it. He gets it in. Touchdown, San Jose State.
And it's not an accident. They're featuring this guy. His 2nd receiving touchdown of the game. That's your job as a coach. Find my playmakers, get them the ball so they can do damage and have games like this right here.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Navy is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about around Annapolis for a long time. They're up by 17 over Charlotte. We'll circle back if anything big happens you should know about.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. They're going to throw it to start the drive. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? After they couldn't connect, it's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. He's got his man.
These wide receivers are so athletic out wide now. You're so worried about getting beat deep. And these slant routes, they can be a good changeup. I mean, just a couple steps, stick your foot in the ground, come inside. It might not be huge gains all the time, but, man, it keeps that DB off balance.
4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. He'll call for the fair catch here. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Lofts one deep down the right side. It's complete. Touchdown, Spartan. And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching it.
You know, oftentimes in college football, the best offenses are the ones that can create explosive plays, just like you saw right there. They're top 10 in the nation in points per game because they don't have to drive the field. They've got dudes scattered all over this offense that can take it the distance on any given play.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker on for the extra point.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
San Jose State, 59. Washington State, 12.
And no chance at a return. Here they'll start this drive at their own 25. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. These guys have taken some body blows in the first half, but now a chance to do something to feel a little better going into halftime.
Reese, they got to respond now. They got to put points on the board right here, cut into this deficit, create a little bit of momentum because this one's going to get out of hand otherwise.
Yeah.
He's loose. Plenty of room on that play, and they find their way to the 36. Washington State going quickly. Looking to move it through the air. They're bringing heat. Pressure's there, and he gets rid of it. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. The incompletion brings up a 2nd down. They want to just keep throwing it. Can't quite make the connection there. Might have led him a little too much. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Quarterback feeling that pressure, and he's knocked down at the 42.
You got to be impressed with this defense early in this game, guys. They've got a big lead because they are getting after the quarterback. They've already generated multiple sacks. They thought coming into this game they could take advantage of this offensive line, and that game plan is working to perfection.
Washington State will have to boot it away. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. And the punt hits at the 8 and goes into the end zone for the touchback. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. Now they're backed up here, Jesse. Wonder how aggressive they're willing to be.
I think it's going to come down to how much confidence they have in this quarterback and his decision-making, because you cannot throw an interception at this part of the field with this little time left.
And I think that's conversations you've had with a young fellow on the sidelines. Be like, what are you comfortable with right here that we can run? Maybe stay aggressive, but make sure I don't make that mistake.
That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Thanks, fellas. Looks like you've had a very enjoyable day there today in Pullman. The passing game for both sides has been outstanding. On point, unrelenting. They've excelled in the short game, the intermediate game, and especially on the deep ball. All in all, a thrilling display of offensive firepower, and these defenses have a lot to discuss here at halftime. And with that, let's send it back to the fellas on the Palouse at Martin Stadium.
And the Spartans will line up to kick off and start the second half. On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. They'll start this third quarter with a run. He found a hole, got about 5. He's down at the 21. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Right back to him on the ground. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. They'll need to convert this third down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. Now the play fake. Tight end finds a soft spot. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. Off play action on first down. Finds his big tight end. And that completion good for a short game, but they still have some work to do to pick up the first down. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They'll try the left side. Looks as if that'll be enough to get Washington State a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide receiver shows motion. They're getting this guy lathered up. A confident, tough, efficient run gets it up to the 44. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Coming after him. And the freshman will chalk up a sack.
And there's no mystery as to why this team's losing today. They've given up 5 sacks. They cannot keep their quarterback upright, and you just saw another example of it right there. He has never been able to get into rhythm throwing the football.
Seventh play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on third down. Motion from the offense. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. Powers through the defender. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. Washington State sends out the punt unit.
On to punt it away.
On the return, it's Frost. They make the stop, but there is a penalty marker down. Let's see what the call is.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Washington State ready to go with another first down. And they're not quite in rhythm there. It's incomplete. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. Gets it out fast. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch.
And that's another Cougar first down.
Trying to find his man on first down. Zings it complete to the right. Really nice job there by both guys, the throw and the catch, to work that defense and get the first down.
And man, this quarterback has had a day. With that pass, he goes over 300 yards on the day. Really nice job executing, putting up some yards today. Pretty good day for the young man.
Wazoo headed to the line with another first down. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Handoff from the gun. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The lost yardage leaves him with 2nd and 11. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. They've moved it to the 25, but now facing a 3rd and long. Makes the catch, and he will score. Touchdown, Washington State.
That's number 2 on the day, having a day. I mean, you know he's going to catch the football, and you know he's going to make plays after he catches. Those are the kind of guys that you feature and you find them, and they produce like this, you keep finding them.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And it's perfect. That is what they mean when they say ball control. A 14-play touchdown drive.
San Jose State, 59. Washington State, 19.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. The give to the back. Tripped up at the 25 after picking up 4. They come to the line facing 3rd and long from the 25. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. He looks that one in nicely. Just what they were looking for to get this drive rolling. They're out to the 35. Leaves it with the back. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40. Pulls and throws off the RPO. They've got it to the 49-yard line, and they'll move the chains. They've already moved the chains a couple of times on this drive, now out close to midfield. They'll run it from the gun. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. The play action fake. Got out of trouble and throws. He's got him along the sidelines. Beautiful footwork for the first down. They're about to snap it for the 7th time on this drive. Quarterback checking the play. He'll do it himself. They'll force him out of bounds after a solid pickup on the play. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They ran it on first down, now on 2nd. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Crosses the 30 to the 29 before he stopped. Pick up a 5 on the play. It's a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Bought a little time, lets it go. And the pass is incomplete, but the flag flies, and there was a lot of early contact there.
And the defender just way too handsy on that last play. You could see all the contact as the ball was in the air. He simply can't do it, and the referee's caught it.
And a really nice run and pick up there before the defense avoided disaster and stopped the really big play. They'll keep it on the ground for 1st and goal. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. Can the D deny them on 2nd and goal? Looking downfield, it's Woods. Makes the grab. They've got it down to the 3-yard line. Really well done on that throw and catch. They keep pushing forward down to the 3, but now it's 3rd and goal. Fires into the end zone. Touchdown, San Jose State. And the pummeling has started.
And it's so underrated. The relationship between a QB and a wide receiver, the timing, the ability to know where he's going to be and be accurate with the football, that's what leads to nice touchdowns, Jesse.
Well, and the chemistry between these two guys has to be great when you're throwing into the end zone because coverage is going to be tight. The throw might not be perfect, but this is something these two guys have been repping in practice over and over and over, and it's paying dividends now on game day.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. Navy is running away with this one. We haven't seen this type of giddy up from Bill the GOAT in an awful long time. They're up by 23 over Charlotte. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Just searching and working for the running room as he gets it out to the 26. From the gun, the running back has it. The Cougars will move the sticks with the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, give on the inside. He's got a yard out to the 30-yard line. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Just when they're looking run, now up top. Short throw to the sideline is complete, and he's out of bounds. He'll be short of the first down. Here on 3rd down for this offense. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Finds his big tight end. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38.
Well, look, that wasn't a touchdown, but that was a massive play for this offense. They needed some momentum. They needed to find a rhythm, and what better way than converting on 3rd down. Awesome job by the quarterback getting first progression.
And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
You know, the defense doesn't have an answer for this slot guy right now. Maybe we want to think about bracketing him, having a defender play to the outside and to the inside. Probably some sort of zone coverage where you're trying to get two bodies, forcing the quarterback to have to go somewhere else with the ball.
The Cougars will line it up on 1st and 10. From the red zone, looking for a man. Quarterback feeling the pressure, and down he goes at the 22.
This quarterback is thinking to himself, I need to get an NIL deal at some restaurant so I can take my offensive line out and feed them more, because I don't think they like me very much right now. I've been sacked 6 times in this game. It's time to get that new NIL deal paycheck.
Big loss on the last play threatens to knock this drive off course. It's 2nd and 16. They'll run play action. Fires to the middle. Got it! And he was pushing for that goal line, but the D stopped him at the 2. Washington State will come to the line with a 1st and goal. Trying to bully their way in. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Now on 2nd and goal. Trying to pound it in. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. 3rd and goal, where defensive coordinators have to make a stand. They'll try to pound their way in. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Man, I love the physicality of this offense. It's 3rd and goal. It's money time. I've got to be more physical than you. And that's exactly what this offense just did. Put the ball on the ground and put it in the end zone.
He'll try to tack on one more. And it's up and good. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
San Jose State, 66. Washington State, 26.
And he's going to bring it out of the end zone. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. Really good balance on that last drive. They mixed it up all over the place, Jesse.
Yeah, how nice, too, to have the defense on their heels, because at this point, they don't know what's coming at them. They had problems stopping everything that last drive did.
So I think this defense would come back with a little more aggressiveness. I mean, they let them have what they wanted. Now they got to dictate to this offense a little bit more.
Dropping back, it's Woods. Fires to the middle. Makes a connection. And he'll have enough for the first down at the 42. This offense is like running a perfection drill in practice against air. Chunk play after chunk play, and here they come again. Continuing to turn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. Tackled after picking up the first down. The Spartans are moving quickly down the field.
And that's a first down for the offense.
Quarterback on the keeper. And a good solid pickup there before the defense knocks him down. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Gets him on the ground at the 28, but not before a big 10-yard pickup. They've got it inside the 30 at the 28. First down. The RPO, fire complete to the left. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down.
Brings up 2nd down.
They'll give it to the back. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. Down to the 18-yard line, it's 1st and 10. They'll ride the hot hand. And he's a real nowhere man, tackled in this no-gain land. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Touchdown, Spartans! And the punishment has been extended. If these guys wanted to make a statement, statement has been delivered.
It's your job to stop them. Oh, don't run the score up. Well, do something about it. The defense has to step up and make plays. Obviously, they're not willing to do that, so just keep running plays and keep scoring.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. They go 83 yards on the drive, and the finisher, an 18-yard touchdown throw. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Here comes the Wazoo offense onto the field again. From the gun, running back on the move. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. Getting that push, a pickup of 4 out to the 26. Now looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 26. Looking to throw for it. Fires to the right. Pulls it in. Really good job to pick up a chunk of yardage and get it out to the 39-yard line.
And that's a first down.
He wants to throw. He's got his man. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Completion a little short of the sticks. It's 2nd down. Firing to the right, complete. And the Cougars pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
And that's another Cougar first down.
Off the play fake on first down to throw. Trying to get rid of it. And they needed a little more room to work with as that one sails out of bounds. And after the incompletion on first down, this offense looking at 2nd down. He'll keep it himself. They could have used a little bit more there. Pick up a 3. It's 3rd and 7. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. He'll loft one deep down the left side. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. And it looks as if there will be no return here as the punt goes out of bounds. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. On that last drive, defense had no idea what was happening, run or pass, and it wound up in the end zone, Jesse.
Yeah, you saw the experience in this offense that last drive, too, on that touchdown. Everybody on the same page. These guys have repped these plays over and over in practice and in games, and it's working, Dave.
Yeah, so I got to find a way to disrupt.
Open runway ahead. At the 30. Inside the 10. Touchdown, San Jose State. And the route is on.
And how nice is it to have a playmaker like that I can get the ball out of my hands right to him and say, all right, dude, you got jets, you can fly, catch the slant, make some people miss, outrun some angles, and get all the way to the end zone.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off.
Washington State, 26.
From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. One final play before the end of the quarter. Off the play fake on 1st down. Unloads it left. Got his man. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense. No question they wanted to get the ball to their playmakers, and both receivers have come up big through 3. Will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. They'll throw it on 1st down. It's complete. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. Short completion last play. Let's see if they throw it again. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. He gets it to the 31-yard line. A big play for this offense. And the best thing about this, the offense can't worry about the scoreboard. Just keep trying to make plays like that, Jesse.
I know a lot of people in the stadium probably feel like this game is over. Maybe it's been over for a while, Reese, but don't tell that to this quarterback and his teammates. They're still out there scrapping and clawing.
He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the 1st down on the throw and catch. They're in the red zone, and they'll pass it. He's got it. And he'll step out of bounds just short of the goal line. Almost a touchdown, but not in there yet. They'll run it on 1st and goal. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. Just hammer it with this running back again, and he noses his way into the end zone.
Hey, good for them. They put together a drive. They got a touchdown. It's been a bad day. I mean, this is a day they're going to want to forget. They're getting destroyed, but at least you get some positive vibes. Maybe finish this game on a little bit of a high note, a little bit.
And he knocks the extra point through the upright. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. New Mexico State is down, but they are not out of it. Not inside Aggie Memorial Stadium, one of the more fun places to watch a game in all of college football. It's just a field goal game. They're trailing by 3 to New Mexico. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Grab near the sticks. It's Frost. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the 1st down. The offense lines up at the 41 with a 1st and 10. Going to the ground. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. The receivers often will run their route based on a side adjustment. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Now facing a 3rd and long. He'll pull it on the read. He gets it so close to the 1st down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. And the Spartans will call on their punt team. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this one. Ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. 1st down here for the offense. He'll start this drive firing. Good timing on the quick out. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Now after the short completion, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Quick completion on the out route. Tackled, but he has a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He's going to pass. Makes the grab on the left. Good pickup there as he gets the 1st down, and they'll mark him at the 48. The Cougars come to the line with a new set of downs. Comes out throwing on 1st down. He finds his man. Makes the grab, and he's dragged down. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. Tremendous awareness along the sideline and the ability to get the foot down for the big pickup. Wideout in motion. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. Gets it out quickly. And that play just never got started as he's run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage.
2nd down.
He wants to throw it again. Makes the grab. It's Russo. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. Down to the 16-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Looking to pass inside the red zone. And the ball comes out. What a disastrous play. Oh, the offense averts absolute disaster by falling on that fumble.
It's so hard to force fumbles, and when you do, you so badly want to get them. You're crawling, you're doing whatever you can to get there as a defender, but the offense fortunate enough to cover it back up.
2nd down after the offense recovered its own fumble. He's looking to throw. Pulls it in. It's Cherry. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. 9th play of the drive coming up, but this one will be tough. 3rd and long. A shot toward the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. And it looks as if they're going to try a field goal. Andy's already 1 for 1, so this time he'll try to put one through from 39 yards out. And this one splits the uprights. And the field goal is good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit. So after putting 3 on the board, the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away. From inside his own 15, let's see how far he can get. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Quarterback making adjustments with his receivers. He'll do it himself. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Knocked off his feet.
Really nice play call there on 2nd and long by the offensive coordinator. He was able to get a lot of that yardage back by running the football, and now, of course, it sets up a 3rd and manageable situation.
Makes the grab, and he'll move his way forward to the 1st down. They'll mark it at the 35.
at the 35-yard line. First down.
Quarterback on the keeper. Still on his feet at the 45. They make the stop, but this running game moves the chains as they get the first down. The Spartans have their offense in high gear.
First down for the offense.
They'll go to the ground. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. After the good pickup on first down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. To throw, it's Woods. Going for it all. And good coverage and better hands by the defender to knock it down in the end zone. This feels like 4-down territory, 3rd and short from the 40. They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. Now they're really starting to threaten as they pick up the first down at the 34-yard line.
And that's a first down for the offense.
They'll run it. They want to take their time here. At the 20, he's got space. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. He'll keep it himself. Got enough space. They'll finally get him stopped at the 1-yard line. What a run there. Trying to surge it in. Touchdown, Spartan. And the stomping has commenced. They build this 4th quarter lead, and they are just minutes away from going 5-0.
Points, points, and more points. This offense has had their way. They just keep their foot on the gas, keep putting up points, keep putting up touchdowns. And you know what? This is one of those stats days. You look back and you're like, that guy had 12 touchdowns in the year. Well, 4 or 5 of them might have been in this game.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
San Jose State, 87. Washington State.
On the move from inside his 5. And good work by the coverage team to knock down the return man. Washington State has it back, and they'll send the offense onto the field. Jesse, they had to kick a field goal the last time they had it.
Yeah, and oftentimes early in games, you're just trying to find your rhythm. Some things work, some don't on that first drive, David. Be interesting to see what happens here on the second drive.
Yeah, you got a feel for the defense now. You understand what they're trying to do, what their game plan is. Now you get to go into phase 2 of your game plan.
Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. New set of downs after that completion. Looking to go up top on first down. They're trying to get to it. And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack for this defense.
And this defense came to play. They know about the high-profile QB. They rose to the challenge and dominated the competition today. They took care of business, and they made no doubt about who's the better football team.
Well, after not getting a thing done on first down, it's 2nd and long from the 24. He's looking to throw. He uncorks one deep. It's complete. A huge pickup. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. We've got a timeout here as this coach is challenging the call. He wants to give the replay booth a chance to have another look. The coach still thinks he was right. The officials say he was not. The challenge is denied, and the timeout is gone. Got it in the middle. It's Cherry. That's about as close as you can get to that marker, and it will be 2nd and just a few breaths away from the first down. He's looking to throw. He's got the tight end. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
It's important on offense to get the tight ends involved in the passing game. These are big fellas that can run. This guy's a big target, so nice job on that play.
Washington State going back to work on first down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Second down here, and maybe they've got time to get one more snap off before the 2-minute warning. Discards a man. We hit the 2-minute warning, and this offense is desperate to make something happen and do it in a hurry. On third down, going up top. And that one is picked off in the end zone.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes and getting to the football.
Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. What a feeling this has to be, David, in complete control and headed toward victory formation.
Yeah, no stress, under a couple minutes left in the ball game, well in hand. These are the ones, Jesse, you like to just run the clock, take a knee, whatever you want.
No doubt. They're going to love watching this game film, too. There's just so many positives to take away from this, and this is the kind of performance today that is really going to help this offense's confidence.
They'll snap this one from the 30 on 1st and 10. The give on the inside. And how about that interior defense stuffing the run for nothing?
Brings up second down.
When you know you have a team outclassed, the ability to play to that standard and finish with a blowout like this is really impressive.
And it's almost like playing against yourself, right? You know you're better. You know you're going to win the football game, but how do I continue to still execute? This was so easy. Great execution. Just beat down in every facet.
I think as a player, you just love being in such great rhythm, and we saw that right from the get-go in this game. Offense just able to matriculate the ball down the field. Defense was not giving anything up. What a great game plan coming in, and this was just total domination.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome, everyone, to Logan, Utah and the Beehive State. We're here at Maverick Stadium, home to the Utah State Aggies, and eager for this clash. Utah State lined up, ready to deliver the opening kickoff. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Golden Gophers offense will get the first possession of the game. Here he comes, and anytime this guy touches the ball, and he will touch it plenty, a bolt of electricity just goes through the stadium, David.
And they'll feature him.
Taking a shot on the first play. Oh, he can't hang on to the football. A big play sitting right there for the taking, and they can't get it done early in this one. From the gun, running back gets to give. Defense there to stop him after a gain of 1 to the 22. So already a challenge on this opening drive. It's 3rd and 9. The sure hands, it's Brown. Oh my, circle, circle. Spinderella. Put him in the spin cycle and picked up the first down. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Off play action. It's complete to the right. And he was on his way. Gets it all the way to the 38.
Well, Reese, you and I were talking about this before the game. How is this defense going to be able to deal with all the speed they have offensively? You saw them just rip off a big play.
And, Jesse, now their head's spinning just a little bit. Give up a big chunk play, and it's right back at them. They're just trying to flex the muscle. They get him down at the 34 after a pickup of 4. Now the quarterback changing the original play call. Give to the running back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. The 7th play of this opening drive will be a 3rd and long. Scanning the field, it's Karapateas. Forced out of the pocket. And the quarterback was trying to extend the play, and the defense brought it to a close. It has been said that the other team's quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard. And he did.
And often is good, too. The most you can get to him, but great job by the defense, rushing the quarterback, understanding pass, and getting the big fella on the ground.
And the Golden Gophers send out the punt unit. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And the punt goes out of bounds. We'll see where the officials spot it, but they certainly gave him no opportunity for a return. So Utah State's offense has the ball for the first time. As we take a look at our impact players for this game, David, what do you look for to make an impact from your leaders?
Your leaders not only have to lead the football team, but they got to step up and make plays on the field, keep everybody calm. These guys typically do a really good job of it.
Yeah, David, and they also generally set the tone for their respective football teams. Regardless of which side of the ball they play on, the teammates look towards them to step up in big games like this.
Slams ahead for a yard out to the 33. Utah State up-tempo. On 2nd down, they'll take to the air. Using the quick game. He's really close to that first down marker, but they stop him just a bit short. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up with the pass. Caught over the middle. It's Vaughn. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down.
Well, in that down and distance, the quarterback's got to get rid of it so quickly, right? He knows the defense is going to be bearing down on him, so a nice job catching the gun snap and then turning and pivoting.
The freshman able to get home with the sack.
And he gets home again, continuing his production. Last week, 2 sacks. This week, already a sack in the first half. This guy has been on a sack terror.
Second down now after the sack. Handoff to the lone back. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. 3rd and long from the 42. If they can get some of it, it might give them a chance to go for it on 4th down. Pocket starts to collapse. Took a shot as he threw. That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. First time we've seen their punt team this afternoon. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. That last drive won't go on the highlight reel after ending in a punt. They'd like to be more productive this time, David.
And I think this offense has to be a little bit more balanced. Find a little balance between the run, Jesse, and working in that pass.
And I think, too, David, it's just going to take a spark. It just takes one play to get this thing picked up and going.
Got rid of it quickly, but it's incomplete. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. He's got it. Able to work it to the 39-yard line, and that'll be a first down. The Golden Gophers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. He's looking to throw it. Lets it fly on the move. And the DB right with him to knock it away. Let's see which way they go after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 39. Off the play fake. Reacted well to the tip, but just couldn't squeeze the football. Instead of the turnover, it'll be 3rd down. They keep attacking through the air. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
3rd and long situation, we're bringing an extra DB on the field, and we're telling our front guys to pin your ears back and go get the QB, and they get the job done.
And the Golden Gophers will bring the punt team onto the field. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Fields the punt. Wants to make a play. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. Utah State sending its offense back onto the field. He'll pull it on the read. And the ball is out. Who's going to get it? Bounced right back to them. And it looks as if they've buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. So after reviewing the undisputable video evidence, the replay booth has decided to overturn the call. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Finds the tight end. And he was knocked down immediately short of the line to gain. They'll have to make a decision here. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. And the punt hits at the 8 and goes into the end zone for the touchback. A lot of field in front of them as they open this possession from their own 20. Got his man down the middle. He stopped just a chain link or 2 away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here. Running to the left. Still running at the 40. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down.
Defense is going to have their hands full trying to stop this guy. They better rally to the football and get multiple hats because he is not easy to bring down.
It's a 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line. Use the play fake, now to throw. He's taking the shot. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. Off the bootleg and rolling out. Fires to the right. Got him downfield. Makes the grab and knock down, and he's got it at the 25-yard line. The Golden Gophers have this offense rolling. They're going to run it. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Tried to pound it on first down, now back to the line. Looking to throw, it's Karapateas. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Golden Gophers!
Each and every week, I think this coaching staff does such a good job of scheming ways to get this guy the football in the passing game, and defenses can't cover him. With that last catch, this now his 10th receiving touchdown on the season.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point makes it 7-0. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Top 15 teams colliding today in a huge matchup, and it's now a final. Michigan found a way to pull out a victory. It wasn't vintage maize and blue football. Those folks in the big house won't remember this one forever, but they will remember it was a W. No cupcakes this week, fellas. This top 15 battle was much anticipated.
Just refused to take it out of reverse, got caught for the safety, and he might spend some time on the bench after that one.
Yeah, and sometimes you get confused and you get lost where you're out of the field, but not that far. And I don't know how to explain this. I would love to give you words and break this down and be like, this is what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking.
After getting caught for a safety, they're lined up and ready to kick it off.
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. To the air on first down. Shoots it to the left. And they won't make the connection, looking to make a big play there. Now on second down after the incompletion. Looking to throw, it's Karapateas. He makes the connection. Tackled immediately after the catch. They've got it at the 41, third and short, trying to keep the chains moving. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the wideout. Got his man downfield. Flying out to the left. Touchdown, Minnesota! He broke away from the defense, and they couldn't catch him. How efficient have they been as they extend this lead here in Week 5?
When these offenses get in a rhythm, they're hard to stop. Already up early, got a short field, take advantage of it too, get another touchdown. This offense is doing whatever they want to do and having a lot of success.
Lining up for the PAT. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
Minnesota 16, Utah State 0.
And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Utah State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. To say this has been a slow start is a bit of an understatement, and they really need to get it going here, Jesse.
That's right. The opponent, they're firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. Offensively, for this unit, they've been slow and struggling. They need an explosive play to wake themselves up.
Yeah, and it's just the first quarter, so it's not the end of the world. You've seen slow starts, but you got to continue to pick and pick and pick until you find that play or that scheme that you can use against this defense.
Off the play fake on first down to throw. Catch inside the 30 and still running. And a pickup of better than 30 yards on that completion before the defense brings him down.
And this defense is going to have their hands full because they're going to need to be comfortable with guys one-on-one on islands in the perimeter of the field. And they're just going to have to make better plays than what we saw right there. They knew this offense was going to try to be aggressive. Got to need better effort in the back end for this defense moving forward.
They make the stop after a pickup of 3. Balls at the 18. On second down, he'll let it fly. That's reeled in. It's Allen. They're able to keep him out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 2 after the big play in the passing game. The Aggies have it in scoring position on first and goal. Barges ahead. Solid fundamentals on that tackle from this freshman. Second and goal coming up. Tries again to get it in. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown. It's a much-needed life for this offense as they try to cut away at this lead.
No doubt. Needed something to go right. When you're down, you got to make plays. You got to get your team back in it. Great start. Keep chipping away.
Ready to try the point after. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. They put together an 81-yard drive, and it was closed out by the short yardage touchdown. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. And, David, how they would love to stick it in the end zone one more time after that last drive.
And once you get the defense on their heels and you back them off a little bit, you get in a little bit of rhythm, it's really hard to stop, Jesse, and they're going to try to do it again right here.
And if you're this play caller, you're loving what's happening right now because everything you dialed up on that last drive ended up working out. You're just looking at your play sheet. Everything you're picking is working. Let's see if they can pull it off again here.
The give on the counter. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the first down. And the Golden Gophers come to the line with a new set of downs. They'll throw it on first down. He'll take the deep shot. Oh, and he gets downfield for the big catch. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, Golden Gophers!
It's so challenging to stop the middle of the field passes deep down. You stretch me in these zones. I got to run with you in man. It's always a good idea to run those deep posts, and you could tell they saw it all the way. Receiver, quarterback on same page, gets the big touchdown.
Lining up to add another. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
23, Utah State, 7.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. And they'll bring him down to get the offense started on the next drive. They'll snap it from the 10 for the first play of this drive. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Running back goes in motion. Looking to pass on second down. Caught near the sideline. It's Allen. And the Aggies want to crank the tempo. On third and long, try to convert through the air. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. And you make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. That last drive really productive. David wound up with a touchdown. They'll try to do it again.
Yeah, so I don't expect this offense to change too much, Reese. They had a great drive. They got the touchdown. Everything working. I would expect them to keep pushing this ball downhill.
And just imagine if they could put another touchdown on the board right here. They could capture so much momentum in this game with back-to-back TDs.
And he unleashed the RPMs on that pass. Man, this sophomore has an arm. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Tip ball, put it up for grabs, and I thought he had it, but somehow it slithered through his fingers. The aerial assault continues. Unloads to the wideout. Gonna throw it to the right. He's got his man. Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the first down, and they'll have it first and goal at the 6. They'll try to get it in with the run. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. Dropping back, it's Karapateas. And swatted down by the defense to stop the scoring opportunity. Defense has been up to the task so far. Now it's third and goal from the 3. They're going to run it. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Minnesota!
You know, this guy's had a big role in this offense this year, especially when they get down close to the end zone. That's his 5th rushing touchdown on the year. He's been a factor for these guys offensively.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They just finished off a 53-yard scoring drive and closed the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run. And he's going to bring it out. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. Looking for space, it's Allen. Works his way into the traffic and picks up 3 to the 17. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. They'll put the tight end in motion. From the gun, the ground game. Able to pick up a couple before he's dragged down at the 19. 30 short, they've got them backed up inside the 20, and the D can get the ball back here. From the gun, wants to pass. It's complete on the right side. And he converts on 3rd down as he gets it out to the 26. Utah State comes to the line with a 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. Quick strike complete. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. Not a lot of productivity on that last play. They'll try it again on 2nd and long from the 23. Finds his man down the middle. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. It's caught. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense. We're through 1, and what a back-and-forth battle between these two quarterbacks as we look at the stats.
Utah State.
Just about ready to get things started here in the 2nd. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. He'll come out throwing on 1st down. Makes his connection. That was a good read there. Not the biggest gain in the world, David, but take up the space they're going to give you in the zone.
Yeah, make it easy, man. Make the right decision. If he's open, get it to him, get some positive yards. Basically a run play.
And they'll stop him after a minimal pickup. Do they have another 3rd down conversion in the bag? Already 2 for 2 on this drive. It's 3rd and 2. And after that, best thing you can do, punt it away. Here comes the special teams. A high kick. Let's see if he can pin them back deep in their own end. Fair catch, called for and made. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they've wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect him.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room because they have gone out, everybody right now on the same page.
Ball is at the 35. It's 1st and 10. Leaves it with the back. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Got a little work done on 1st down. Now back to the line. After run, now throw. Fires to the wideout. It's complete. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. And now on 1st down after converting with the run. Looking for a man. It's Karapateas. It's complete. They make the stop right there. Good pickup, but still short of the 1st down. Set up for 2nd and short after that completion. He's looking to throw. A strike downfield. Touchdown, Golden Gophers! What a grab and go for the score.
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1, not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put 1 more on the lead. They put together an 81-yard drive, and the score comes on a touchdown pass covering 28 yards. From inside the 15, chance for a good return. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Guys, the Utah State offense about to give it another go. Going up top on first down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. 2nd and 10 here. He's looking to throw. Pressure coming. That's caught. It's Allen. And that defense doesn't allow a cutback, and they get him out of bounds after a short gain. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. He's got it downfield for a huge gain. And they get him down at the 43, but this is the kind of explosive play you want to build on. The Aggies will snap it on 1st and 10. Use the play fake, now to throw. Lets it fly. And that pass picked off.
Defensive backs have tough jobs. I mean, you think about whether you play nickel, whether you play dime, whatever it is, you put more DBs on the field. It's more speed. It's more guys that can cover, but they also got to cover that ground. But to cover the ground and make the pick, a lot of times you don't see that. Superb effort by that guy.
The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, David. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
Trying play action. Finds his tight end. Didn't pick up a lot there. Moved it forward just a few. Picked up some yards on the last completion, but it's 3rd down. Back to pass. It's Karapateas. He's got an open man. Racing to the right. Touchdown, Minnesota! And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching him.
And this offense is clicking. Another touchdown. Didn't have to go far for this drive, but this offense is doing what they want, how they want, when they want.
Getting set for the point after. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Washington State is getting dominated today. And friends, the folks in Pullman deserve better than this. No excuse ever for this kind of a clunker. They're trailing by 19 to San Jose State.
At the 35, he's open.
Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business. Gentlemen?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. Got 8 on 1st down, now looking at a 2nd and 2. They feed him again. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Wow, this offense is doing nothing. They've already punted 4 times and staring at the possibility of a 5th. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Perhaps feeling that coverage coming, signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 25. Looking downfield, it's Karapateas. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. After misfiring, it's 2nd down. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Gets it across the 30 to the 31, a pickup of 5. Big third down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. Looking to throw. Makes the grab down the middle. And they'll spot it at the 38, and that'll be plenty for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll do it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. The give to the lone running back. And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop him. And now on 3rd down after that last run. They'll try to get the first through the air. Complete to the right. That'll be enough for the first down as they stop him at the 43-yard line. The Golden Gophers are on the move. Off-play action on 1st down. It's caught downfield. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. On 1st down, here comes this offense. Now the play fake. He's right on target. He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense 1st and goal from the 7. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. It's complete. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. They've pushed it ahead to the 4. They'll try to cash in on 2nd and goal. He'll just keep slinging it. It falls incomplete. He was trying to find his man for 6. As they come to the line on 3rd down, already 2 for 2 on this drive, going for the hat trick. Into the hallelujah land. Touchdown, Golden Gophers!
Minnesota, number 18, with the catch and score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Minnesota, 51. Utah State, 7.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down to the 26. Utah State sending its offense back onto the field. They hope to be able to cash in on this drive, David, after having to punt it last time.
Yeah, and I think this offense needs to start it with the first play. You need to be successful and productive on that first play, and it gets you in less predictable situations.
No doubt, too. And don't you just feel like there's a little bit more sense of urgency on this drive? It just feels like they've got to be able to put some points up on the board here.
On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. And the punt team gets down there and gets the return man on the ground. Here comes the offense on 1st down. He wants to throw. Finds his target down the middle. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down marker. They're going to run it. Wrestled down at the 43 after getting 5. Offense lines up for a 1st and 10 from the 43. Quarterback changing the plays at the line. Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. At the 45, on his way. Hit the gas, kid. Wide open ahead. Touchdown, Minnesota. And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house. There's a reason they call this dude a big playmaker. Moments just like that one.
Big-time playmaker. Can make plays all over the field from all different spots. That's why you got to find ways to give him touches as much as possible because he'll make it happen.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick strike offense on that three-play scoring drive. And they capped it off with a scintillating 57-yard touchdown run. He'll bring it back from inside the 15. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Utah State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. The last time we saw this offense, we had to look quick. It was a 3-and-out, Jesse.
They just had no rhythm in that last drive. So someone's going to have to step up and make a play, David, and get this thing going.
Yeah, let's find some juice. Find your guy. Find those plays that you know you can run inside out, forward, backwards. Get some first downs. Get some positive momentum.
Big third down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. To the ground to try to pick up the first. And the defense knew exactly where that first down line was, and they stopped him short. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. He'll try to really get into this one. Excellent coverage that time. Didn't give him any room to set up a big return. They'll start this drive at the 33-yard line. With jet sweep pass. Good pickup on the ground, and they'll mark him down at the 39. Running game worked on first down. Let's see if they go back to it on second down. Gives it to the back on the draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Looking deep. And he makes the catch inside the 20. Touchdown, Golden Gophers! And once he found some daylight, it was time to make a house call. Well, I'm not sure who was closer to the receiver there, the defensive backs or us here in the booth.
That was great execution on offense. Receiver wins the route one-on-one, shows off his speed, gets himself wide open. There was no question where the quarterback was going with that ball. Nice job.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick strike offense on that three-play scoring drive. And they cap things off with a big play up top, going 63 yards to the house. From inside his own 15, looking for room. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. Guys, the Utah State offense about to give it another go. Trying to get to it. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
What a great job by this defense setting the tone early. In the first half, they've been hitting the quarterback early and often. Make him feel uncomfortable. Make him feel that pressure. Keep getting him on the ground. That's why they've built a lead.
These guys are bringing serious heat. They are like sharks swarming and just getting after the passer. The play action fake. And he feels the heat coming and it burns him up. Another sack.
And I tell you what, this guy's making a name for himself. 2 sacks last week. He's got 2 today already. He is terrorizing quarterbacks.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. Third and long, backed up inside their 20. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch.
Man, this quarterback is going to need an ice bath when this game is over because he is getting whacked. We've seen him go down. He's been sacked time and time again. He just got nailed another time on that last play. He can't wait for this game to be over.
Not able to pop the big return, but they've got the ball back and ready to go with a fresh possession. They move the tight end all over. They'll run it from the gun. And a nice run there before the defense finally makes the stop. Good spot after that 7-yard pickup on first down. It's 2nd and 3. They go to the ground. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. From the 36, a third down, and you wonder if they're willing to take 2 plays to get the first. Direct snap. Across the 25, he's got room. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Wants to throw on first down. Got it behind the line. It's Robbins. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall.
Brings up second down.
Quarterback keeps it. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. Back to throw, it's Karapateas. Moving, keeping the eyes downfield. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. Looking to throw. He caught it, and he will score! Touchdown, Minnesota!
Every time we speak to defenses before they play this guy, they all know he's going to get the ball thrown his way. They always come up with creative and exotic ways to try to cover him in the back end, but they're never able to get it done. This guy just beats coverage time and time again, and with that last catch, that's now his 15th receiving score of the season.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Terrific showdown this week, guys. Let's take a look at what's going on. Navy is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about around Annapolis for a long time. They're up by 17 over Charlotte. For now, it's back to you fellas, but of course, if anything changes, you'll see it right here.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Wants to fire on second down. With the catch, it's Allen. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the first down before he's dragged to the ground. Utah State up-tempo. Trying to find his man on first down. Got his man quickly. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. This offense has a second down play.
Brings up second down.
He's looking to throw. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the first down. They're going to throw it again. Getting some heat. Under heat, and he gets rid of it. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. He's looking for a man on second down. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was knocked loose, and third down is coming. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Feeling some heat. Another incompletion on third down. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. Trying to play a little field position with that high punt. Signals for the fair catch, and that's where they'll put it in play just outside the 20. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Makes the catch. It's Brown. This is the kind of run that falls in the category of sanctioned violence as he's up to the 31. Looking to throw on second down. Finds his man. He stopped almost immediately. He didn't get much, but he didn't need much. They've got the first down. That's going to wrap up the first half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
Guys, you've been calling a lively one from Logan so far. An entertaining first half, and we've got a multi-possession lead to break down thanks to the surgical precision of this offense. Might honestly take more time to talk about what didn't work than what did. The running game, the passing game, gadget plays have worked. Now it's just a matter of finishing the job. And with that, let's send it back to our broadcast team at Maverick Stadium.
And the Golden Gophers will kick it off to start the second half. He'll bring it out. It's Burgess. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. Trying to set the tone on the ground in the second half. Got room at the 35. Running toward the tape. The 20. Just making a huge play, and he sets him up all the way down at the 14.
Well, there's a big run on offense, and guys, I don't think a defender even touched him anywhere near the line of scrimmage. That's how big that hole was.
They just changed the dynamic of this possession in a heartbeat, and now it's 1st and 10 from inside the red zone. They'll give it to him again. They get him on the ground. He picked up about 4 yards, and the ball spotted at the 10. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone, and still some ground to cover to pick up that 1st down. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. On 1st and goal, let's see what Utah State calls. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Aggie! Follow the blocker. The offensive line will take you to the hallelujah land.
And I tell you what, most of the time, Reese, it requires a little bit of skill to find that hole and slither through a little crack. That was not a crack. That was wide open. Didn't take a lot of vision because the blocking was outstanding.
The AT unit on the field. Bangs it through for an extra point. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they capped it off with a 1-yard plunge.
72, Utah State, 14.
From inside his own 15, looking for a crevice. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. Quick pass on the jet motion. And this one will be stopped for no gain. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. They'll run play action. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
When it's a play-action pass, that quarterback, he really has to sell the fake. He can't tell his offensive lineman's getting beat right away while he's selling the fake. He had no shot.
This defense has them them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Reels it in down the left side. All kinds of running room. Touchdown, Golden Gophers! And the beatdown has ensued.
This offense looked unstoppable in the first half, lighting up the scoreboard, and it doesn't look much different here in the second half. They take their first drive of the 3rd quarter, march it down the field, and score. There is no end in sight for these guys.
On to attempt the try. The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they top it off by going up top. 81 yards on the touchdown pass. On the run from inside his own 5. And they'll haul down the returner to start us on the next drive. Utah State sending its offense back onto the field. Leaves it with the running back. He found a hole, got about 5. He's down at the 21. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Out of the gun, the inside give. Tackle is made after the 1st down.
I think Jesse and Reese could call offensive plays. for any team, if they're having this much success on the ground, it starts with the ground game, right? Like, you can chew up these kind of plays, then I can play action later on and take shots. But right now, defense has first got to stop the run game that's been chewing them up.
And he's brought down at the 40-yard line, and that'll be a first down. And the Aggies come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They're going to run it to the right. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one, 2nd and 8 coming up. Kept it on the ground on first down, now back to the line. After the run, now to throw. He's got it down the middle. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a 3rd down stop. They'll run the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Unloads to the wideout. A beautifully placed ball to the outside and the toe drag for the big pickup. Now on the move at the 28-yard line on first down. Thrust that arm out. And he's able to bounce off one tackle for a solid pickup. The big pickup on first down leaves them with 2nd and 1. They'll go right back to the run. That ought to be enough for a Utah State first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Handoff from the shotgun. Just trying to power it ahead. They pick up 5. Ball spotted at the 12. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. He almost punched it in for 6. They'll get him down at the 1-yard line. The Aggies trying to pay off the threat on 1st and goal. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Utah State.
This defense is going to have to do a better job being physical. That's 2 rushing touchdowns they've now allowed. They have got to be better close to the line of scrimmage.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Smashes it through for the PAT. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. Navy is running away with this one. We haven't seen this type of giddy-up from Bill the Goat in an awful long time. They're up by 17 over Charlotte. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be 2nd down. They'll throw again after the incompletion. Got it in the middle, it's Robbins.
Our coach said you'll never go broke taking a profit. Take what's there, take the positive yards, and never complain.
On 3rd and short, the power run here. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Golden Gophers will punt it away on 4th down. Kicks it high, and it's just hanging there as if it has helium in it and floating down toward the earth. Utah State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. There's certainly still a hill to climb, but they've got to make sure these drives pay off. Got a touchdown last time. Can they back it up here?
Well, and it's amazing in a football game how sometimes they'll surprise you with what you do. Once you get settled, you realize what's going on. Now, I'm comfortable with it. Jesse, this offense looked comfortable on its last drive.
They sure did. It looked like they started to find some momentum. So now it's on this defense to stop that, all right? We're a little bit upset based on what just happened the previous drive. You've got to bow up again and go back to what was working earlier in this game.
We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. They'll try to pop the draw. And he is just engulfed at the line by this giant defensive tackle. A 3rd and long coming up here. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. And the defense is swarming to keep him from getting to the 1st down. Facing this double-digit deficit here in the 2nd half, almost a no-brainer to go for it on 4th down. Bought a little time, lets it go. Makes the catch, he's got enough. Touchdown, Aggies! What a catch and run for 6.
Hey, man, that play looked a little bit too easy. 4th down, big situation. You got to get up on these receivers and make it difficult. He gets the football right away. He gets all the way to the end zone for the touchdown.
He'll try to tack on one more.
For the extra point.
Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And the score comes on a pass from 40 yards out.
Utah State, 28.
Here's the return from inside his 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Grab behind the line. It's Morrison.
I like the decision by the quarterback here. Just get the ball out of your hands, get it to your playmaker. A lot of times he'll dance and make even bigger plays than he did here, but it was still a positive game.
Tackle is made, but not until he gets the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to ride this running back. And the freshman does a great job using his technique and getting the man on the ground. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Give to the back. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. They have it at the 43, 3rd and short, trying to avoid making a decision on 4th down. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. Now they're going to throw it. Fires to the wideout. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. After the misfire, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got his man on the right.
And I love when my quarterback sees zone and knows exactly where to go with the football. Sees the wide receiver running the drag route, knows when to throw it, pulls the trigger for the easy completion.
On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. Really nice run there. Good, solid pickup, and they'll move the sticks with a 1st down. And the Golden Gophers come to the line with a new set of downs. He'll take a shot. And they weren't able to make the connection. They were looking for an explosive play. Now on 2nd down. From the shotgun, the inside give. They wrestle him to the ground, but he's got plenty for a 1st down. Defense has to be frustrated. The offense keeps matriculating and matriculating and matriculating the ball down the field. Headed to the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota! And the pummeling has started. I mean, the way this team has dominated this game, impressive to say the least.
And it's cool now because you're kicking the crud out of them so bad, you start to put the backups in, and all of them get to get juice and get some playing time, get some feel good. And the other side, well, they're just taking it right to the face.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
Minnesota, 86. Utah State, 28.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Guys, the Utah State offense about to give it another go. Off the play fake on 1st down. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. And this set of downs gets started from the 33, 1st and 10. Running back searching for a hole. Good pickup on the ground, and they'll mark him down at the 39. 6-yard pickup on 1st down leaves him with 2nd and 4. Trying to impose their will with the run. They'll move the chains after he gets it to the 43-yard line. And here on 1st down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. The give to the tailback. And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Off play action. Caught close to the marker, it's Batista. They stop him at the 42, but they get it across midfield, pick up 10 and the first down. Making sure they have good balance, keeping it on the ground. And just wedges it ahead a bit before he's brought down. Didn't get much on first down, it's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Grabbed in the middle, it's Vaughn. And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play. Now inside the 20, 1st and 10 from the 18. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. He wants to pass it on 2nd down. Snagged in the middle. It's Vaughn. The tackle is made, but he's got it 1st and goal from the 6. New center downs right on the doorstep for this offense. With the run on 1st and goal. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. 2nd and goal for this offense. They'll run it up the middle here, looking for a path to the end zone. He pushes his way down to the floor as they get closer and closer. 3rd and goal for the offense. From the gun, wants to pass. They're bringing heat. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16.
You can just see the excitement this defense has every play. They're almost wishing this quarterback drops back to throw because they know they're going to get home to him. That's the 6th time they've registered a sack.
They'll send out the kicker to try to salvage this drive. And he'll try to knock it through from 33 yards out. Right down the boulevard, it's good. Well, they got 3 back, but that's about all you can say about it.
Minnesota, 86. Utah State, 30.
So they are lining up to kick it off after that last drive. Put a 3 spot on the board, and now the defense will try to shut them down. From inside the 10, here he comes. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. If you like old-fashioned, grind-it-up, run-over-'em football, that last touchdown drive was for you, Jesse.
That was impressive, man. Great blocking up front and tough physical running by these ball carriers, David.
And now you wonder how the defense responds. Like, are they going to get way more aggressive to try to stop the run? I got to do something to break the rhythm of that running game.
The hand to the running back. And he was able to run through 1 tackle, but still only a modest gain. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Right back to the well.
Keep pounding away at this defense and make them play the run. If you can get this many a chunk, they're going to have to commit more guys to the box, more guys to the run. Then you open it up for the passing game.
3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. They'll try to get it through the air. Wide open downfield. Nothing but green ahead. Touchdown, Golden Gophers! And the punishment has been extended. And at this point, they're just rubbing their noses in it.
There's nothing positive to be able to take away from this. You got beat down, you move on to the next game, start working on the next opponent, this one's over.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Boston College is in danger of getting demolished today. And while this is only one game, I think anyone who knows this will linger for some time. They're trailing by 33 to Clemson. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Quarterback, quick pass to the receiver. And he's able to bounce off one tackle, but still not a whole lot of running room. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Quickly out to the tight end. They make the stop, but the sweet throwing catch is plenty to give them a first down. And the Aggies come to the line with a fresh set of downs. The give to the back. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. It's complete to the left.
Great job by the quarterback throwing against zone coverage. You cannot telegraph where you're throwing the football. You cannot eyeball wide receivers. So great job by the quarterback using his eyes, not staring down his guy, and then throwing him open.
They'll be able to get off one more play before quarter's end. Quick release on the RPO. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Big catches, big plays, tons of yards through 3 quarters for these two guys. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. The lone back's got it. Solid gain to get him out close to the 20. Pick up a 5 to the 19. Kept it on the ground on first down. Let's see what they do on 2nd. The pull and throw off the RPO. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. Fast motion from the offense. Shotgun snap, wants to throw it on 3rd. Coming after him. And he just throws it away on 3rd down. I don't think you can give up on a play like that. The Golden Gophers line up to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. And that's where they'll spot it, just inside the 45. Utah State sending its offense back onto the field. David, the punter got some work last time. They'd like to keep him on the sidelines in this drive.
Yeah, it's not something you want to say very often. You don't want the punter out there. This offense needs to get back lathered up and get a little bit more of a rhythm.
Best way to do that, identify where your best players are and just get them the football. Give these guys some touches to kickstart this offense.
And his throw is incomplete. 2nd down coming up. He's looking to throw. Oh, so close to paying off. The tip really had it in his hands, but it falls incomplete. Looking to throw it again. Pressure in his face, and he lets it fly. Misses again. It's incomplete, and that's 3 in a row. Utah State will be forced to send out the punt team. And the returner goes down. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Boy, 3 and out last time, David. They'd like to be more productive this time around.
Yeah, in the last drive, nothing really clicked. No rhythm, got off the field really, really quickly. They need to put something together here, Palmer.
Yeah, David, bad execution on that last drive, so they got to take a collective breath and start playing like a unit on this drive.
To the ground, he's got it again. Cross the 30 out to the 33 and gains 4 on the play. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. power football with the run. They stop him cold, maybe gets a yard to the 34. It's third down from their own 34 as they try to keep the drive moving. Quarterback on the keeper. And the defense had his hands full, but they finally wrestle him down short of the first down. And the Golden Gophers will try to pin them back with the punt. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. The ball is going to be downed at the 35. Utah State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. They just didn't quite find the rhythm on that last drive, Jesse. They had to punt it.
I think they got to be more physical, David. I think up front they got to do a better job getting blocks and establishing this running.
And how easy does football become if you're the more physical team? If you can threaten the run and then run play action, it opens up the whole offense at your disposal.
Finds a man in the middle. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. He's going to pass. Pulls it in. It's Batista. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. Utah State comes to the line with a 1st and 10.
Well, this quarterback now has over 400 yards passing. To do that, you have to have weapons catching the ball. You've seen that in this offense all game long. There are some dangerous playmakers in the perimeter.
And the incompletion brings up a 2nd down for this offense. And he'll chuck it into the cheap seats there and save the down. Nobody getting open there. They were really starting to put a drive together, but after a couple of incompletions, now they need a big play on 3rd and 10. Strong running there. Going to pick up 7 yards on the play, but they still have a 4th and 3.
Offense facing 4th down.
Try to get it on the ground. That ought to be enough for a Utah State 1st down. The offense threatening. Close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. A 1st down run on the doorstep. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Offense trying to pay it off on 2nd and goal. Trying to slam in. Touchdown, Utah State! And they take it in for 6 more points.
And this has been a rough day for this offense, and finally, some good things to happen. Build some momentum maybe for the future. You know, that's the way the coaches spin it when you're getting beat up and you're getting destroyed. Like, listen, let's find something for the future. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. This team's done that, put some points on the board, so it's not all bad.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. Right down the boulevard. They put together a 65-yard drive for the score and close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
Yeah, and there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football, make your plays, put a good drive together here.
Setting up for a 1st and 10 from the 26. The inside handoff. A collision, and he stopped at the 27 after picking up 1. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Quick handoff. Get him on the ground after a 4-yard run out to the 31. Big 3rd down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. Off the play fake. Quarterback strolling away from heat. Trying to escape and get it himself. And he scoots his way to the 1st down and then slides to avoid the hit. The Golden Gophers are moving quickly down the field. From the gun, they'll try the middle. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. After the productive 1st down play, it's 2nd and 6. They'll try to keep this clock moving on the ground. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. To the ground to try to move the chains. That'll get the job done and move the chains, and they'll mark the ball at the 45. They have declared their intentions on this drive, keeping it on the ground. It's 1st and 10 again. And they're able to shove him to the turf as they stop him for a short gain. Got 3 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd down.
Here's the handoff. Not a whole lot of progress made there on the short run. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Caught near the sticks. It's Burt. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a 1st down. Long drive continues as the offense keeps working the ball down the field. Quarterback checking off. He'll keep it himself. And that's a live ball. They recover their own fumble. How in the world did the offense avoid that disaster? 2nd down after the offense averted absolute disaster. Handoff from the gun. And he showed himself to be a regular Spinderella, but not a lot of room to run. With the clock running, this should be the final play. After not really playing their best earlier this season, people said, this team is bad. Now they won 3 in a row. This team is good. People were fickle.
Yeah, and we're probably the ones who were saying that a little bit, Reese, because they were struggling. It didn't look like they knew who they were, and they didn't have the momentum going. But now they definitely got it together, Jesse, and they look like a different team.
They sure do, David. We know teams get better or they get worse over the course of a season. This team right now, completely different. Almost the polar opposite than what we saw earlier this year. And I'll tell you, look at their schedule and who they've got left. Those teams better be careful. This team is coming for them.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Stanford University, a bastion of academia and the alma mater of some of college football's most legendary figures. Elway, Luck, Sharp. Stanford about to tee it up to get this one going. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. So Florida State's offense will have the first possession of the game. This has an old school feel to it as this running back makes his way onto the field and all eyes are fixed. They are glued on him.
Yeah, the old school, because nowadays it's usually quarterbacks and the other guys that get all the attention, but this guy's so good. He is the focal point. He's the guy everybody's looking to. He's the tone setter. He's the physical bell cow for this team. He will get the rock early and often.
They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. The give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Ball is at the 42-yard line, close to 4-down territory. Here's third and short. They'll try to bully their way for the first. And they're able to get a third down stop here. See if they go for it on fourth. And the Seminoles will line up to punt it away. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. So Stanford's offense headed onto the field. Our first look at them today. I know what a weapon he is on the outside, but stretching the field against this dude in the secondary will be a challenge.
And just some safeties have it, the awareness, the ability to see the ball, to break on the football, and he's one of those guys.
This QB better be looking the safety off. You can't just trust your receiver's going to out-athlete him every time you throw him the ball, because this safety is a different breed.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Now facing a third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Spits it out to the back. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. Fourth down coming up. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. Let's see what he can do with it. Coverage team able to put a stop to that return at the 42-yard line. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. To the air, it's Gadecki. Gets it out fast. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
Oh, that is a rope for the completion in this offense. I'll tell you, you think about great Seminole quarterbacks, the 3 W's, Wenke, Winston, Ward. Dudes that could change the game, Heisman Trophy winners. Every defensive coordinator was scared every time they had to play the Seminoles because of that vaunted passing attack. And this guy, I think he has D coordinators seeing ghosts because this guy can play at a high level.
Coming out on first down with the play fake. Complete to the right. Now he's got it all the way down to the 21-yard line, and they are threatening on first down. They'll leave it with him. They get him after he picked up 5 and got him inside the red zone down to the 16. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Out of the gun to give to the back. Made a little something out of that run. He picked up a couple down to the 14. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. Wants to throw on 3rd down. He makes a grab. Into the end zone. Touchdown Seminoles. A score for the big fella here. Why are tight ends so effective in the red zone?
Well, these aren't the guys that are going to burn by you and go for 70 most of the time, but when you can use their big-bodied frames, threaten them to run the football and be a blocker in the running game, and now you slip them in the secondary, make that big play.
Lining up for the PAT. And the PAT makes it 7-0. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, Phyllis, here's a final update on a top 15 clash. Michigan found a way to pull out a victory. It wasn't vintage maize and blue football. Those folks in the big house won't remember this one forever, but they will remember it was a W. Iron sharpens iron, and you just know a top 15 matchup like this is going to go a long way in telling the story of each of these teams' seasons.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. He's got his man. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. They've got a 1st and 10 at the 34. Throwing right. Missed his receiver there. It's incomplete. Line getting set on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Almost intercepted. It'll fall incomplete. The defense almost came up with a turnover. They punted on their opening drive, and now they need a 3rd down conversion to avoid punt. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. He'll wave for the fair catch and haul it in at the 25. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Pulled and finds his man on the left. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. Dropping back, it's Gadecki. Complete. Boy, that was a precision play all the way around. Throw, catch, tackle, bang, bang, bang. And that last completion left them short of the sticks. It's 3rd down. Trying to pick it up on the ground. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. The Seminoles have it with a 1st and 10. Use the play fake, now to throw. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. He'll pull it on the read. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Flushed out of the pocket. He's going to run it. Picks up the 1st down and gets down to avoid contact. And the Noles are moving quickly down the field. Using his legs, it's battle. A solid pickup there before the defense is able to make the stop. Got 6 on 1st down, now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. They try to pop a run on the draw. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the 1st down. They're down to the 32-yard line on 1st and 10. They've got him looking run. Now they're going to throw it. How about that catch? Diving grab along the left sideline. It's 1st down from the 11. They'll give it to the back. Able to pick up a couple before he's knocked down. They mark it at the 10. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Going for 6. He makes a catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Florida State.
One of the areas they really focused on with this receiver in the offseason was we need you to make more plays for us in the end zone. When we're taking shots, we need you to be able to step up and make tough catches. And David, what a grab right there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with trusting your guy, knowing where he's going to be, knowing when he's going to sit down, when he's not. So being on the same page, and then having a guy that can go get him. Just when the ball is near him, he's going to make the play, just like he did right there for 6 points.
And the extra point makes it 14-0. So it's a 73-yard touchdown drive. And they finish it off by connecting from 10 yards out. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. Catch in the middle, it's De La Rosa. And the catch was one thing, and the run even better. A big pickup on that one. Movement here from the tight end. Off the play fake on first down to throw. He wants to take the top off. Throw to the sideline, and it's complete, and they've got a big play. Stanford quickly to the line.
I would love to sit here and tell you that was the greatest play call ever. The offensive coordinator is a genius. I think that was some really bad defense.
They'll throw it on first down. Got his man. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. After that last completion, it's second down. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. They're there to stop him at the 21 after a pickup of 2. Already in chip shot field goal range at the 21, but this third and short, they're still thinking touchdown. Looks as if Stanford will have enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're looking to pass from the red zone. The sweet feet buy a little time. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. Operating in the red zone here on second down. He leaves it with the back. They knock him down after a pickup of 4. Ball is at the 9-yard line. The terrain gets rough this deep in the red zone. Third down, they can pick up the first without scoring. Brought down to the ground, but he has enough for the first down. It's first and goal as Stanford comes to the line. They'll try to get it in with the run. Not much room. He gets 1 down to the 7. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. The run up the middle, trying to steamroll his way in. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. Third and goal from way back there. From the gun, wants to pass. And he rolls into the house. Touchdown, Stanford! And the offense finds a way to cut into this lead, but they still have plenty of work to do.
They do, but that's a big score. You don't want to get late and start getting in the second half when you're fighting to come back by so many points. So great job getting points, get that momentum back on your side so you can come out and do some good things when you get the ball next time.
Ready to try the point after. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. From the gun, the running back has it. Defense there to stop him after a gain of 1 to the 22. Didn't get much on first down. It's second and 9. Looking to pass. It's Gadecki. Dumps it off in the flats. And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down. The Noles will punt this one away. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Gets it to the back. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before. They'll recycle that down marker. It'll be a first down from the 49-yard line. To the ground with the back. Gets it all the way down to the 39-yard line. It'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Comes out throwing on first down. Catch in the middle. It's De La Rosa. And a pickup of 8 opens a world of opportunities on second and 2. Offense in a bunch formation. Looking to throw on second down. Fires to the big fella. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. Stanford gets set to snap it on first down. They'll try the run. They make the stop after a pickup of 3 just inside the red zone at the 19. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Facing 3rd and long from the 21 and hoping not to settle for a field goal. From the gun, wants to pass. He'll throw it. It's caught. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. It's 4th down, and they'll try the field goal. And it's right down the boulevard.
And this guy has been a machine all season long. He is absolutely automatic. You know you're getting 3 points when this guy jogs on the field.
After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Fights off a defender. And they're able to force him out of bounds after a short pickup. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll run it behind the big guys on the left. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Pulls it in. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down.
And listen, the defense knew coming into this one, they were going to target him early and often. He is a weapon, and there's no mystery where the quarterback's going to be looking on critical down and distances. Let's see how they're able to cover him throughout the rest of this game.
They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down marker. Now on the counter. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. Ball's at the 47. They're looking at a 3rd down and short. They'll try to run for it. He gets it to the 38-yard line, and they'll pick up a fresh set of downs. The Seminoles are marching down the field. They'll go to the ground. And that's a very productive 1st down play and bringing up 2nd and 3. Wants to throw. It's Gadecki. Quickly to the tight end. Makes the tackle right at the 21-yard line. Pickup of 10 on the play, and this offense is threatening with a 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. The incomplete pass leaves him with 2nd down. The give to the right. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Already well within field goal range. Wonder how aggressive they'll be on 3rd and long from the 22. From the gun, wants to pass. A shot toward the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, no!
And that's what I love about empty sets and formations on offense, is that when you spread the defense out, you create bigger lanes to throw into. You saw it right there.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point is good, and they have an 11-point lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
21, Stanford, 10.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. One man in the backfield, and he gets it. Into the pile, maybe got one. He stopped at the 21. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. Wants to throw on 2nd down. And he's got his man on the sideline. He'll come up a little short of the 1st down. A 3rd down try for the offense.
Third down coming up.
From the gun, wants to pass. And the pressure is going to get to him, and down he goes, and that's how the first quarter will end. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the second. Fourth down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Coverage team able to put a stop to that return at the 42-yard line. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Jesse looking to take it down the field for back-to-back touchdowns.
I think it's really important for them moving forward, too, to have a lot of balance, right? You want to be able to keep this defense guessing, Pollard.
Yeah, and you got me searching for answers after that last drive. You stack another drive on top of this, their defense's heads are going to be spinning all over the place.
Now on first down from the 40. Give to the running back. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7. Dropping back, it's Gadecki. They're setting up the screen. Didn't have much room to run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the first down. It'll be a draw. And there were some collisions in there, and the D finally stops him short of the marker. And they're going to head out to line up for a field goal. Looks as if this will be a 51-yard attempt. Field goal is good. Wait just a second. There is a flag on the play. If this is on the defense, it could be a first down. This could turn out to be a huge penalty. Thought they were going to have to settle for 3, and now the offense back on the field with a chance for more. Trying to run, it's Battle. Oh, what a move! Huge game before he goes out of bounds, and now they've got it 1st and goal. The Seminoles are rolling down the field. He'll do it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. After getting nothing done on first down, 2nd and goal from the 6. The run up the middle, trying to power to the goal line. And he'll race it to the house. Touchdown, Seminoles! How efficient have they been as they extend this lead here in Week 5? Up and over, Yamo be there into the end zone.
And you don't want to leave your feet very often in football, but this is one of those areas where you do. In the end zone, near the goal line, you smell it. A lot of bodies in front of you. Just get up, get over top of them, get that touchdown.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point sails through for a 28-10 lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, want to update you on a game that went final moments ago. Clemson made it look easy, but I promise you, there is nothing easy about a double-digit win on the road. And a win like this only confirms there is something special brewing with these Tigers. It's one game. You don't want to react too much either way, but I think both teams will leave this one with some things to work on moving forward.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. Using the quick game. Real power running by this guy as he bangs his way to the 24. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up with the pass. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. And on that 3rd and short, I don't think he was unhappy to see that zone.
Nope, it's a great job by the offense. Hey, see where the holes in the zone are? Sit down. You only need a little bit of yards on this 3rd down. Get the conversion, move the sticks.
Stanford going back to work with another first down. Might as well give it to him again. I don't know why, but it's a thing. The ACC Wheel of Destiny, you spin it, you never know how it's going to come up, and you can't afford to give away a game early in a conference like this.
And I think both of these coaching staffs, David, understand that, and they've been preaching to their team, you've got to start fast. Not just in this game. We've got to start the season fast. We've got to take advantage of this opportunity.
And I think Reese hit it right on the head, too. The Wheel of Destiny, right? It seems like it's a new team every year that's playing in the championship and appears to be a wide-open league. So a lot of turmoil, a lot of change. I think that starting 1-0 is an important step to getting to that championship game.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After losing yardage, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. They're trying to get to it. Finds a crease at the 20. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. From the red zone, looking for a space. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Connors. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. This defense just can't get off the field. The offense unstoppable. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Already 2 for 2 on 3rd down, but this time they'll need 9 to convert. They'll go to the air. Going to try to pop one on the screen. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be 1st and goal. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Quarterback on the keeper. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 2nd and goal. They'll run it. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Cardinal! After the score, we'll see if that breathes a little fire into them.
And you see it all the time, right? You get that score, you get that energy, the crowd gets involved, and the defense got to get out and get you a stop. And this was step 1 to getting them back in the ballgame.
The AT unit on the field. And they make the extra point to draw closer. It's 28-17. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Looking to go up top on 1st down. It's incomplete, and trust me, you will not see that very often from this guy. It's 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Pocket starts to collapse. Safe completion on the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. It's a draw. And he's stuffed by that big defensive tackle up front. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Back to throw. It's Gadecki. Gets open down the middle. And he's able to shed 1 tackle, but still just a very short gain. Come to the line at the 42, facing a 3rd and short. Got him downfield. And he was on his way, and they get him down at the 30.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. Fires to the tight end. What a tough-minded, hard-edged run. He gets it to the 24. Leaves it with the back. Nifty little dance step. He had all kinds of company as soon as he got it. He had to fight his way back just to get to the line of scrimmage. They'll go to the air on 3rd and short. They've got the screen set up. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. They've moved it to the 19, 1st and 10. Looking to pass inside the red zone. Makes the grab over the middle. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. And now on second down for this offense. Quick strike complete. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall. And the Seminoles will try to put one on the board on first and goal. Lets it fly. And it's caught. Touchdown, Florida State. And this dude is spinning flaming spears everywhere, and he is cutting apart this defense.
We're going to have Noel Nation doing the chop, getting excited, getting jacked up about this guy, because this is the kind of day that starts to bring even more momentum to this spot. Now you got a quarterback that you can really trust.
On to attempt the try. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They march 78 yards down the field, and they finish things off with an 8-yard toss for the score. Here he comes from inside his own 5, and the returner will be knocked down. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. Last time they had it, they took it down the field for a touchdown. They can build some confidence that they could go back-to-back scoring drives here.
Yeah, and remember, it's not uncommon for offenses to find themselves as the game goes on. They had some things not go their way early, but they found something last drive, David. Let's see if they can build on it.
Yeah, you just pick and pick and pick until you find that place where you're like, okay, this is an advantage I have. They clearly found that dude. They score here, we're in for a ball game.
From the gun, running back gets to give. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. They go to the ground. Gets the nose of the ball to the 25, give him 1. Probably the toughest call on the play sheet. 3rd and long. Ball's at the 25. From the gun, wants to pass. And the misconnection on 3rd down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. No return coming here. Fair catch is signaled for and made just shy of the 30. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Going up top on 1st down. Into double coverage, and he picked it off. He was looking for a little more on that return, but he hands this offense a short field at the 35.
Most defenses are lucky if you have one good covering corner. Fewer are lucky if you have 2. They've got 3 DBs, 3 corners that can play at the same time in their nickel package that they feel can go mano-a-mano with anyone in the country. You saw it on that last play coming away with the pick.
And now the offense will come onto the field again. They'll start this drive with a pass. And the ball is picked off. Got room on the return. And a big return after the INT sets up the offense for this possession.
QB never saw the defender. He's staring his receiver down, telegraphing his throw, and the DB jumped all over that.
Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Well, the good news about this drive, Jesse, it can't go worse than last time through a pick on the first. And it's intercepted. A turnover for the defense. Didn't let him get loose on the return, but he'll take it as they have the ball at the 47.
Zone equals eyes. When I say that, DBs, linebackers, all covering the middle of the field. So many guys over the middle of the field trying to take away the easy stuff, but reading the quarterback's eyes the whole time. Whenever he breaks to throw that football and that hand separates from the ball, I'm breaking on it. You can tell they had a beat on it. Nice cut, nice instincts. Give me that INT.
Wants to throw on 1st down. He's got him in the flat. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Grabbed over the middle. It's De La Rosa. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the 1st. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. And the punt goes out of bounds. We'll see where the officials spot it, but they certainly gave them no opportunity for a return. Leaves it with the running back. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Looking for a gap. It's Battle. Able to work it to the 39-yard line, and that'll be a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on 1st down. Fires to the wideout. Makes the grab. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the 1st down. To the air on 1st down. He looks that one in nicely. Breaks out another sweet move and gets it down to the 40. Offense gets set for 2nd down. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Back to pass, it's Gadecki. Finds his target down the middle. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. And the Seminoles have it with a 1st and 10. They'll run it from the gun.
Well, we knew coming into this one the tight end was a big part of this offense, and you've seen it early in this game. They've moved him around. They've thrown it to him in a lot of different ways. Defense is going to have to make some adjustments trying to stop this guy.
Running back searching for a hole. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and they will try to build on what has already been a dominant first-half performance. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. Bought a little time, lets it go. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? They'll play it safe and send out the field goal unit. It's good. And that lead grows even bigger.
And he knocks another one through. And how about this kicker? Good way to start off your season, right? Like, what do you have at the spot? Sometimes you don't know. Can he make those kicks? Starting off, hasn't missed one yet. Been very dependable for this squad.
They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Looking to move it through the air. Quarterback adapting. He'll try to do it himself. And he gets it just beyond the line of scrimmage before he gets down. Stanford wants to push the pace. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. And the pass is intercepted. He was looking for running room, but they get him down at the 28, and now they are set up.
We've just seen in this game the ball has just gotten away from him a little bit. A couple of times, just hasn't been able to put it where he wants to, and as a result, that's now his 2nd pick thrown in this game.
The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. You want to talk about having a weapon to bail out a drive? David, that's why kickers are so important after that long field goal.
And listen, important is a relative term. We need to make longer passes and get better gains so we don't have to kick long field goals, Palmer, again on offense.
And they've got the weapons to do that, David. They just got to be able to dial those plays up. Guys have to be able to make them one-on-one to make life easier on this kicker who is so important to this team.
Trying to punch it in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, no!
Another rushing touchdown. That's now 2 on the game. This offense thought they could come into this one running the ball, being the more physical team, and they look like it right now.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Week in and week out, guys, you never know what's going to happen in college football. Check this out. Syracuse is currently ahead in this one, but I don't see Jim Brown or Ernie Davis or even Donovan McNabb out there. This team has struggled to pull away. They're up by a field goal over the Pandas.
Grabs it in the middle.
We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. He'll come out throwing on first down. Just a short pass to the tight end. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. He wants to throw. He's looking deep. And the DB forcing the incomplete pass with the deflection. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on second down. Can't hang on, it's incomplete, and you can't worry about the footsteps when you're running those crossing routes. It'll be third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Pressure coming. And they got him. He'll get him down for the sack. They'll use a timeout right before halftime. Maybe time for one or two more plays. Stanford lines up to punt it away. He'll call for the fair catch here. It's first down, but the offense is just going to take a knee and go to the locker room. As expected, looks as if they'll run it out and go into halftime with a lead. Well, this is kind of weird. They're not even going to try to run a play. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Guys, a stirring start to things today in Palo Alto as we say hello from our broadcast studios. And if you thought that was a quick first half, you'd be right on the money. An offensive showcase, yes, but it's been those dynamic running backs who have set the pace. I'm curious to find out if this ground and pound approach is going to continue into the second half, or if one of those defenses will actually show some pride. And with that, let's send it back to the guys inside Stanford Stadium.
Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. Complete to start this drive. Brought down at the 28, but it's a 10-yard gain. Now on first down from the 28. He's going to pass. Unloads to the right. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down. Let's see if they go back to the air on 2nd and 10 from the 28. He's looking to throw. He's got his man.
It's so nice as a quarterback when you've got a guy like that working for you in the slot. He has such a good feel to find the open spaces in the defense. Just makes life so much easier for his quarterback.
These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. He'll keep it himself. Solid work and execution there. They'll have a first down as they mark it at the 40. This Stanford offense moving quickly down the field. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Feeling some heat. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. They'll try again on second down after the incompletion. Got his man down the middle. No chance to run, but they still move it forward. 3rd and short now from their own 48. They'll try to move the chains on the ground. They knock him down, but he gets enough to give Stanford a first down. Offense walks to the line for play number 7 of the drive. Right back to the well. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. Dialing up a second down pass play. Caught over the middle. It's De La Rosa. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. Stanford gets set to snap it on first down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Complete downfield. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. The give to the fullback. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The give to the tailback. They get him down after a 4-yard gain to the 6. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. They'll snap it from the gun on 3rd down. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Stanford!
It's hard for a defense to have to cover so much space. When the offense goes empty, you get receivers and tight ends and running backs lined up out wide. You've got to expand, and it's harder to cover on the back end.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Splits the uprights. Precise, relentless execution on that 13-play scoring drive. And they get it into the end zone with a 6-yard touchdown pass. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Looking to throw, it's Gadecki. Can't make the grab. Quarterback just missed him a little bit. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. He's going to throw deep right side. It's complete. A huge pickup. Found a bunch of room and got it to the 44-yard line.
And a big reason why this team has the lead in this game is because of plays like that. They know they've got firepower throwing the ball. They've got the dudes outside that can make things happen. You saw it in the first half, and you see it here again early in the 3rd quarter.
Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. He'll pull it on the read. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. A 3rd and long coming up here. It's a draw. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. The Seminoles will send out the punt unit. They'll look to pin him deep. And that one will sail out of bounds. No chance for a return there. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. These guys scored a touchdown the last time they had it. Now a chance to really dig their way out of this hole.
Yeah, and it's complementary football, right? Offense doing their job, scoring, defense getting the stop. Offense has got the ball right back. Palmer, go back to that last drive, revisit it, rehash some of the same plays.
Yeah, and if you're the quarterback here, think about where are my best matchups too. We're going to have to throw the football at some point here, so where do I want to take advantage of this defense and what areas of the field, and where are my best opportunities?
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Here comes the offense on 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd down.
He's looking to throw. Makes the grab down the middle. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the 1st down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. Trying to find his man on 1st down. He finds his man. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the 1st down. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Fires to the big fella. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him too. He'll do it himself. And the defense carries the day. They win at the line of scrimmage, and they stuff him on 3rd and inches. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this one. Ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. They'll throw it on 1st down. He's got it. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a first down at the 37. They're trying to slow that rush down with the draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They'll line up for a second down play. On the move, it's Battle. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. Third and long from the 42. If they can get some of it, it might give them a chance to go for it on fourth down. Getting some heat. Got it set up on the outside. No siree, not this time. The defense was there and ready for that one. And the Noles line up to punt it away. Catches it at the 15. They'll get down and put a stop to the return at about the 28-yard line. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Got his man out of the backfield. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. That last completion sets them up on second down. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Third down, and this offense is already in a world of trouble. They could really use a conversion, not to mention multiple scores. He is tackled, but it'll be a fresh set of downs. Stanford going back to work with another first down. One back in the backfield, he gets the carry. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Oh, and they'll try to catch him with a pass. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
Play-action pass success has a lot to do with selling that fake. You could tell defense was not buying it, got in the backfield, got the big play.
This is a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. He lobs one high down the left side. And they wanted it all on 3rd down, but now dealing with 4th down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Looks it all the way in, and now turns his attention upfield. They'll get down and put a stop to this return. They'll mark it at the 32. They'll run the RPO and fire to the right. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground cover to pick up the first. The give on the inside. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. Ball is at the 42-yard line, close to 4-down territory. Here's 3rd and short. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. The give to the back. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. 2nd down coming up. Keep it on the ground. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. Ball's at the 47. They're looking at a 3rd down and short. Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. They've got it inside the 40 at the 39 as they pick up the first down. And he's brought down after a nice gain. They'll snap it from the 26 on first down. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Brought down after picking up 3 down to the 22. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. To the air, it's Gadecki. He makes the connection. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. Already in chip shot field goal range at the 21, but this 3rd and short, they're still thinking touchdown. On the run, still looking. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. Defense has to be frustrated. The offense keeps matriculating and matriculating and matriculating the ball down the field. Brought down at the 7 after picking up 3. Going to work on second down in the red zone, and still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He's looking to throw. Lets it go to the end zone. Touchdown Seminoles! And the stomping has commenced. Like a Thanksgiving turkey. They're just being carved. No shot. They have no idea how to get in this quarterback's head.
He's on fire. Everything he's doing is working defensively. We got to figure something out. We got to try to do something a little bit different. Bring more pressure. At this rate, shoot, he's on so much fire, you might as well just send everybody. Blitz everybody, live with the results, because everything else ain't working anyways.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Liberty is in front. They've led for most of the way. However, Sparky isn't exactly putting this one in the win column just yet. They're up by 4 over Western Kentucky.
Hands it off.
Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. That last play is what you call a drive starter. They're out to the 47. It's first down. They'll ride the hot hand. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Tried to pound it on first down. Now back to the line. On second down, he'll fire. And they couldn't hold off the heat, and he goes down with a sack. Not sure exactly what led to that, whether the protection wasn't right or the quarterback just didn't see it, but the result was a negative play and a sack.
But one thing I do know is that quarterback had no chance to get that ball downfield. That pocket was breaking down, and it was breaking down quickly. There were just too many bodies in that backfield for the QB to make anything happen.
They go to the draw. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. Signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 20. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Got the quick completion. And the defense had that one well covered. Just a short game there.
This is no surprise to defenses anymore. Everybody throws wide receiver screens, and you could tell they were ready for it. They saw the quick game. They pounced on it, got the wide receiver on the ground. That's not the first time they've seen that route.
This offense has a second down play. Wants to throw. It's Gadecki. Finds his big tight end. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. Out of the gun. The running back has it. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. Got a little work done on first down. Now back to the line. To the ground with the back. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. They've got it at the 41, 3rd and short, trying to keep the chains moving. Fires to the tight end. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. The Seminoles have their offense in high gear. And he's got his man on the sideline. He'll come up a little short of the first down. After a good pickup on the run, it's 2nd down. Off play action. Finds the tight end. He's out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for the first down. He's looking to throw it. He's moving out of the pocket. There to make the tackle, and with that, we'll head to the 4th quarter. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive fourth-quarter comeback. They'll go to the ground. A run up the middle is stopped for no gain. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Touch pass on the run. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. They'll snap it for the 10th time on this drive, but they need a chunk on 3rd and long. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. The Noles send out the punt unit. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. They call it a coffin corner kick for a reason, and you really can't do it any better than that. He puts that thing out of bounds right around the goal line. They'll try the run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Takes the handoff. It's Lewis. And you want to talk about gang tackling. Everybody on the defense run to the ball. And now on 3rd down, shadow of their own goalpost, needing some breathing room. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory, but instead he'll set the offense up with great field position. The give to the single back. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Kept it on the ground on 1st down, now back to the line. They'll leave it with him. Able to pick his way forward for a decent gain before the defense gets him down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. He leaves it with his back. They tried to go smash mouth on 3rd and short, and it did not work against this defense. The Seminoles decide to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Dumps it to the back. Got a man. And he's brought down after a nice gain. And this junior quarterback shows you why the scouts love that big arm of his. Looking to go up top on 1st down. He's got it. And he was loose and out the gate and doesn't go down until he gets to the 48-yard line. Going up top on 1st down. Looking to take a shot. He's got it at the 15. Touchdown, Cardinal. A great catch and run for 6.
Nice pitch, nice catch. And listen, maybe this helps next game, right? Like we're trying to find a rhythm, find something that works, find somebody to go to. And this offense is struggling. You're down by 1,000, but I like that they continue to fight.
He'll try to tack on one more. And it's up and good. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the capper coming on that 48-yard touchdown dart. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Looking for room. It's Battle. Defense there to stop him after a gain of 1 to the 22. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Zings it complete to the right. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the 1st down on the throw and catch. From From the gun, the running back looking for room. He showed it all there, a little elusiveness, a little power, and he's got the first down. And the Seminoles come to the line with a new set of downs. They're going to go right back to him on first down. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Now it's a first down from the 43-yard line. From the shotgun, they'll run it. And he'll pick up one. It brings up 2nd and 9. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. Now on the option. The pitch. Looking for room at the 30. Touchdown, Florida State! And the route is on. They give themselves a little more cushion as they try to reel off their 4th straight win.
Man, I am a great play caller when I can hand it to guys like that, and he can go that far to the house, create big plays, showed you a little bit of vision, showed you a little bit of burners when he kicked it in gear and got the long touchdown run.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And that was some way to cap it off with a 42-yard touchdown jaunt. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. Throws to the back. And he dropped it. It looked for all the world like that would be a catch, and he just got too excited. That last incompletion leaves him with 2nd and 10 from the 23. Throws to the wideout. Got him, and nobody's close. He gets those chains moving, gets it out to the 42-yard line. Offense set on first down. They try to pop a run on the draw. And he's swallowed up at the line of scrimmage by the big defensive tackle. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. He hurls one deep down the left side. And it's incomplete after taking a shot on 2nd down. They're staring at 3rd. From the gun, wants to pass. Going back to the well, another deep ball. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. No signs of any kind of kicker as they'll leave the offense out there to try to move those chains. Right down the middle. The completion well past the sticks. Well, they just drained all the suspense out of the 4th down conversion, moving the chains easily.
That's a great example of the receiver knowing exactly where the first down marker is. He got the depth he needed to get, so once he was able to make the catch, he already knew he had it, and now a fresh set of downs.
Wrestled down at the 26. It's a gain of 4. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. Power football with the run. Blast his way ahead, but not much room. A pickup of 1 to the 24. Here comes 3rd and short from the 24, and this offense does not want to send out the field goal unit. Keeping his eyes downfield, rolling left. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. Stanford hoping to pay off this red zone opportunity. They're threatening to score, and they'll throw it.
Nice scramble, unbelievable job after dropping back to pass and understanding the situation, and a nice heads-up play. Slide. Live to fight another down. Don't try to make a bigger play and run through somebody big and get yourself hurt.
Quarterback on the keeper. And he waltzes in for the score. Touchdown, Stanford!
Yeah, and listen, that is awesome to see the guys continue to fight, continue to keep competing, because this game is over. Like, we don't need to fool y'all. We're not trying to get y'all to stick around and improve ratings. Like, the game's over, but you're continuing to fight. You're powered in for the touchdown, and show your kids that we're going to always fight no matter what the score is.
Lining up for the PAT. bangs it through for an extra point. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Tulsa is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about all along Route 66 for some time. They're up 14 over the Sharks.
From the shotgun, the handoff to the back.
Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Open space on the 25. And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play.
This guy's been special today. Coming into this one, they thought they had an opportunity really to get him going, running the football, and he has delivered. You've seen the speed, the vision, his ability to break tackles. Well over 100 rushing yards in this game, and that's why they have a nice lead here late.
It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Looking downfield, it's Gadecki. He misses his man. The accuracy just not what it needed to be on that play. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. He wants it all. Can't make the grab as he was looking for his man right at the goal line. And they'll send the field goal team back out for the second time tonight. Absolutely perfect. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
And 3 more on the board, and this kicker is starting to get a reputation starting off the season. Hasn't missed yet. Nice to have a guy that you can really, really depend on.
They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Stanford has it back, the Cardinal offense returning to the field. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. On second down, he'll let it fly. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
These are the perfect situations you love to be in. Known passing situations. These are not where the offensive tackles want to be. And when you're on the edge and there's no threat of the run, pin your ears back, get the nice first down sack.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. Third and long, backed up inside their 20. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch.
Man, I think this quarterback needs to take his offensive line out for dinners more often because they're not protecting him. And sometimes it doesn't even look like they're trying. That now the 6th sack of the game for this defense.
Stanford lines up to punt it away. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. So from his own end zone, the punt is away. Fair catch, called for and made. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Had to settle for the chip shot field goal last time, Jesse. They'd love for this one to pay off bigger.
Yeah, it just comes down to execution, too. Did a nice job out in the field, stalled a little bit once they got down to the goal line, so they just need to be a little bit more crisp here, Dylan.
Yeah, and listen, I think the first part was the most important part. You got to put the drive together first to get down there. Now, when we get down there, focus on execution and getting 6 points.
We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. They want that clock to run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And the Seminoles will bring the punt team onto the field. And the punt hits ground at the 2 and goes into the end zone. He just missed, hitting them right in the shadow of the goalpost. It'll come out to the 20. Finds his big tight end. They stop him just short of the first down, but it will be 2nd and inches coming up. The offense will have to use its first timeout of the half. On second down, just keeps firing. Working the middle, it's complete. They immediately call timeout, trying to preserve every second they can to try to rally here late. Wants to throw on first down. Snags it over the middle. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Now on second down. Unloads to the wideout. Working the middle. They're ripping off chunks of yardage. They get it to the 33. Stanford gets set to snap it on first down. Looking to move it through the air. Finds his man down the middle. And he might be known for run fits, but that was a sure and heavy tackle on the tight end. He'll get rid of it. Got his man to the left. Offense will use a timeout with 28 ticks remaining. Stanford comes up with a first and goal. He's looking to throw. Trying to get to him. Took a shot as he threw. That one was way too far for anybody to catch, except ticket holders. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. And a little too much adrenaline on that throw never gave his receiver a chance. They've gotten pushed back, but it's still third and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be fourth down. No hesitation at all. The offense stays on the field. They'll go for it. Fires into the end zone. It's incomplete, and they'll turn it over on downs. Poor starting field position here for this offense. Out of the gun, the inside give. Looks as if he'll get it up to about the 14-yard line. Plenty of fireworks in this one. A lot of points. They always talk about having the chalk last, and it seemed like whoever was on offense had the last laugh.
It's amazing how much offenses will just boom in college football. So good. So many ways to hurt you. And you saw both of these offenses put on a show today, Jess.
Dave, we talked to both of these coaching staffs, and their defensive coordinators were losing sleep all week. They knew this was going to be a tough task ahead of them. So much speed, so much firepower on both of these offenses. And, man, we saw that here today.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.